drumroll finishes, and the target is
and it comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Mason Whitlock hits the 9-darter.
Mason Whitlock.
Here at the live lounge. Oh, wonderful.
Fifth leg.
Brilliant from the
Justin
bearded
Smith.
dragon.
Game shot of fifth leg.
Well, he's given us one every
Ultimate
single
Dyer.
day, hasn't he?
Oh, how
Shot
ironic.
of third leg, Patrick Dekker. Game shot of fifth
Because
leg.
it works a
Luke
treat.
Smith.
Hello, welcome along to the action. It's Thursday here at the MODUS Super Series. 2 sessions worth of darts coming to you exclusively live and always free here on Pluto TV. Group C is what we're going to be watching this afternoon, where we're going to see the debut of the exciting young talent Henry Coates here at the live lounge. Of course, it's going to be intriguing to see how he gets along. We're going to be watching all of the action in the company of primetime Matthew Edgar. He's been here all week. He watched Group A come to a culmination yesterday and watched Richie Howson, quite simply, but dominate proceedings.
Head and shoulders above, wasn't he? Consistent and consistent quality. And they're the two real attributes, aren't they? The main one, consistency, but that consistency at the level of which he achieved, well over the 90 average for the majority of his games. Reactive, produced the goods when he needed to, great on the outer ring. He's going to take some stopping this week, but we've got a few big hitters coming in across this sort of Group C and Group B later on who could rival what we saw with Richie Howson.
So big numbers and some big wins for Richie Howson. This was how the Group A table finished up. He won by 8 points from Danny Van Tripe in second, which 20 points usually is a group winning number. Brandon Weening's the other player in Group B later on tonight. Justin Smith, Alton McDyer and Patrick Dekker will be in this afternoon session. Richie Howson joins the fabled 28-point club of players that have picked up 14 wins from 15 matches here at the Super Series. One of them is going to be here later on this evening in Shane McGirt. We'll be watching Kim in Group B action later on this evening. And this is how the tournament bracket breaks down as a result. Richie Howson, the winner of Group A. Group B is what we're going to be seeing this evening. The reigning Lakeside champion Shane McGirt will make his first appearance here since winning that particular title. And Group C this afternoon sees Mason Whitlock, Henry Coates and Luke Smith join Justin Smith, Alton McDyer and Patrick Dekker in proceedings. So we're going to see the debut of Henry Coates here at the live lounge in Portsmouth this afternoon. What are you looking forward to seeing from him? Because he is such an exciting young talent.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. How exciting can he be on this stage with the cameras on? We've seen some good stuff from him. He played very well in Milton Keynes a few weeks ago in the preliminary rounds of the World Masters. He's played very well on the various circuits for the last couple of years. I met him a few years ago back at an exhibition, and I was impressed with what I saw that day, and I thought, well, keep an eye on this lad, see where it goes, and this is the next logical step for him in terms of his progression, and I think we're going to see him progress. I think we're going to see him flourish down there, and do you know what? I expect to see him in the top 2 of this Group C campaign.
Well, he's in the top 2 of the betting. Justin Smith goes off as favourite. Justifiably so based on his performances in Group A. What do you make of those odds?
I think you can ignore the Group A campaign. The Group A campaign was disappointing for Justin Smith, finishing the bottom half of the table. He's never going to be happy with that, with the talent that he's got. Rightly so, the favourite, due to the fact he's actually won a week here before, beating Martin Adams in the final, and he's picked up success on the Challenge Tour. So yes, he is the player with the best CV. He's the player with the most experience, and with that, rightly so, gets the respect he deserves as the favourite. I would probably just about make him favourite, but those odds on Henry Coates come this time tomorrow when we have this conversation could look very silly, because we may be looking at that 2-1 being completely flipped and being a strong odds on favourite if he produces like he has been doing recently.
Mason Whitlock's third favourite in the betting. What do you make of him and his progress? We've seen him hit 9 darters here before. This was on his previous appearance here. He's shown us glimpses of really good stuff. It's the next step now for him to take this next step forward, doing the good stuff on a more consistent basis.
Well, I think for Mason Whitlock, he's been waiting for an opportunity like this. And by an opportunity like this, I mean a group of inexperience. A group of inexperience, and of what we know of this group, not the highest ceiling. Now, when Mason Whitlock's come here before, he's always ran into a few big performers, a few people with big CVs, a few people who have got ceilings or are on a line of progression. He could look at this group and think, I've got an opportunity here. Justin Smith looked vulnerable this week at times, dropped into the bottom half of the table. Henry Coates never played on this stage before here on debut. The two players, Ultimate Dyer and Patrick Dekker, who's come from Group A, shown glimpses, but ultimately showing a lower level of performance than what is par here at the Super Series. So Mason Whitlock's got a real opportunity here to get in the top 2 and get into a Saturday night. And he will be expecting that. You do, as a player, you look at the lineup and you go, right, who's the people to beat? Have I got a chance here? And he will be fancying the job.
It is 18 plus. It is begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter today. And we're going to hear from Mason now. I caught up with him earlier on this morning. He's involved in the first match of the session. He takes on the Dutchman Patrick Dekker. In fact, these two were both at a local competition last night. So they are adversaries that definitely know one another. Earlier on today, I caught up with Mason to talk about his campaign here and the beginning to his 2025 season. Mason, welcome back to the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to the next couple of days ahead?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I've put a lot of hours in since I was here last, and hopefully just find a bit of consistency finally up here. That would be nice. But yeah, I'm really excited.
You mentioned consistency, but do you feel like you've improved with every appearance you've had here?
Yeah, I think I've got better every time, slowly. But I know I still got a lot more in the tank than what I've showed up here, even with the 9 data. But yeah, I think if I just find a bit of consistency, those high 90 averages will come flying in.
In terms of the beginning of the season, Q School Challenge Tour campaign, how would you assess upon that so far?
Rubbish. I wasn't great. Again, very inconsistent. One game I'd throw a high 90, the next game I'd throw a 78. It's just not good enough. So it's fired me up, made me want to put more hours in the board, and I have.
Look, obviously Saturday is one of the targets, but there's another thing, as you mentioned, that consistency, and actually the fact you're playing 5 games a day, you're playing plenty of darts in that. Could that potentially help you find that bit of consistency?
Yeah, well, I think it's just more to do with me. I think as long as I've put the hours in, which I have done lately, loads and loads of hours, loads of tournaments. So yeah, I think it's all down to me whether I put the work in, which I think I have done. Kind
of about taking that next step now.
Yeah, I definitely want to make that Saturday. Yeah, seeing Dad do it last week, I think. Yeah, it fired me up. I know I can do it.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Mason. Good luck.
Thank you.
Interesting interview, very honest appraisal from Mason Whitlock in terms of his recent performances across all competitions, but it's a return to the Super Series format for the apprentice who is looking to master this tournament. His dad, Simon, a few weeks ago came a cropper at the semi-final stages to Jensen Walker. Will be intriguing to see how he progresses here after what he described was a rubbish start to the season. Well, Mason's opponent, Patrick Dekker, finished bottom of Group A on Wednesday afternoon. He'll be hoping for a bit more success here. There's been glimpses of good stuff for the Dutchman, who is very good friends with Dirk van Dijvenbode and
First leg,
spent a lot of time practicing with the likes of Marvin van Velzen. Jack Garwood is your referee. He's in charge of the action over the course of the 15 games we're going to see today. And it is Mason Whitlock that will get us underway on what is going to be a bumper day of darts. 25 matches we're going to bring to you over the next 13 hours. And it is Matthew Edgar, prime time, who's alongside me for every single one of them.
And every single one of the twists and turns that I think we're going to get from this Group C campaign, because I think this is going to be a group where a lot of the pack are going to beat each other. I think we're going to see
76.
Quite a separation and a divide in the league table, and I think that's going to come quite early.
Well, particularly the bookmakers see it that way, because if you delve into the odds, Smith, Coates and Whitlock, 11 to 10, 2 to 1 and 15 to 2 respectively. And then you have to go all the way out to 11 to 1 to find the next player in the betting, and that is Patrick Dekker.
81.
And when have you ever seen a poor bookie? They normally get it right.
Well, even when they get it wrong, they manage to find a way of getting it right, don't they? Even last week when
42.
it looked like the odds for the Saturday were a little bit skewed, they still managed to find a way of putting Sam Spivey as favourite and then him winning out on that particular evening. It is 18 plus. It is
45.
gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. A misstray with the last start to slip into the 5 for Mason Whitlock means that he's left himself on 159.
85.
See, those sort of misses are frustrating and annoying when your opponent's a lot closer. When they're not so close and you've earned that little bit of luxury, it doesn't kind of affect so much. But what we tend to see with the younger players, actually, is they want to win all the moments, and every moment matters. And
89.
actually, you saw straight away there from Mason, sort of a reaction there. Yes, it's disappointing to hit the 5, but you are still in full control, and this is something that's a very important message to get across to the players. That yes, you might miss, but it wasn't a damaging blow.
Doesn't have to chase around 16 balls, so he'll go treble 10 to leave his favourite double 18. When he did hit that 9 darter, which you saw in the VT at the beginning of the programme, he went the same route that his dad did in that infamous Premier League semi-final against Andy Hamilton.
54.
The treble 15, double 18 at the back of the 141. But it's double 9 he's looking at here to open up a 1-0 lead. And if he can pin double 4, it'll be first blood to Mason Whitlock here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Second leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
It's even the small mannerisms, isn't it? Which, there's a saying, isn't there? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I mean, you look at the way Mason plays the game and just the little mannerisms that
45.
he has. There is so much about Simon that you see in Mason, but I suppose one of the things that he will want is for people to talk about him as his own person,
66.
him as his own player. As proud as he is of his dad, he doesn't want these comparisons constantly drawn to him.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
58.
It's just unfortunately one of those things, isn't it? That comparison's probably going to follow him around for quite a period of time. Certainly, if he was to go get his tour card.
46.
He's sort of crafting his own style in a way, though, isn't he? I think one of the things that you would traditionally get from Simon is that sort of look away 180. That's sort of more of a younger, flashier sort of approach, isn't it? Where
96.
Simon a little bit more old school.
Well, Simon's someone that just goes about his business, where Mason, as you say, has got this flashy flair about himself.
140.
Yeah, Simon's of like the old school, like deep respect era. Like you're never gonna get Simon running around the stage and bouncing around celebrating.
Patrick,
but
you require 158.
you may get that a lot more, certainly with the younger generation.
Well, Patrick here's got 6 starts to
46.
level this contest up at 1 apiece.
$63. Patrick, you require
Whitlock has
112.
left himself on the little fish if Dekker cannot take out this 112. Is that handy enough to leave himself the treble? Yes, it is. It clatters off the barrel. Double 16.
96.
Just moves on the inside.
Mason, you require 130.
Patrick's had 4 ton plus checkouts this week. Not to be there. Whitlock looking at the little fish.
43. Patrick, you require 16.
Could get a little bit tricky there.
No score.
Just sort of darts kicking
Mason,
across.
you require
Just looking at
87.
the top half of the bed, and obviously the dart has come from high to low. This one bang in the middle for Mason Whitlock.
44.
radar.
Patrick, you require 16.
And so Dekker, to get himself back into the match, double 8 for
Game
one
shot on the
apiece.
second leg, Patrick Dekker.
Well, Mason Whitlock described himself as a
leg,
little
it's
bit
Mason to throw
inconsistent as
first.
recent times, and
Game on.
I think you can see that there in the contrast from leg 1 to leg 2. The opening leg out in 6 visits, and on that occasion, after 7, was
82.
restricted to just a dart at the bullseye.
$140.
Well, Mason has faced opposition from this week already. Of course, didn't play in Group A, but a number of the players involved in this week's action, in fact, 5 of the
100.
players that playing this week were in action at the Phoenix Club in Waterlooville. There's a local open that takes place there on a Wednesday night. Very popular with the players that play here
100.
at the Super Series. Mason actually went to the semi-final of that particular competition before then losing out to Danny Van Tripe. And Danny would actually be
80.
succumbed by Charlie Large in the final of that particular competition. Charlie played well here last week, got through to the Saturday. Didn't quite work out when he got to that particular point in the week. But
140.
the players using it as an opportunity to perhaps sharpen their game or maybe play darts in a slightly more relaxed setting.
59. Patrick, you require
Well, maybe
121.
Patrick Dekker's starting to relax into this experience, down to 1-2-1 after 9 darts. Still don't get it.
45.
Well, that's pierced through the ring of the flight. He's got that little flight protector ring, and it's just
140.
It's gone straight
Patrick,
through
you
that.
require 76.
Dekker 76 for the breaker throw and a 2-1 lead.
Good lead for Mason there, just to ask the question here of Patrick Dekker, who's going double-double but not intentionally.
64. Mason, you require
This is where that
40.
big 140 really cashes in now. Mason Whitlock looking to hold in 6 visits to the board once again. Chasing it round.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well,
Mason
6 visits to win
Whitlock.
that leg. Whitlock 2-1 to the good. Consistently inconsistent.
Fourth leg, it's
He actually
Patrick to throw
described the
first.
beginning of his season
Game on.
as rubbish. That he hasn't been able to get anywhere near the levels that he would like. He was mentioning that for him, he feels like his bases should be
100.
90s, high 90s. That's where he wants to get to.
And by that analysis, you'd suggest that there's something happening
46.
in practice on the practice board, something where Mason is really seeing these good positive signs and these encouragement coming through. Because when we look through what is produced of the various tours that he plays, he hasn't yet hit the heights of what he expects of himself.
60.
But he must be seeing it somewhere, which means he's got that sort of traditional problem at the moment of which he's playing well in practice but
100.
not so much in a game. So that poses the issue of, well, where is the issue? Where is the problem? Why have you got this practice game and this match game? Why are they two different things?
125.
Is there also a potential danger that Mason can perhaps try a little bit too hard at times?
60.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the moment that you even debut here at the Super Series, when your second name is that of Whitlock, it brings a
60.
lot of weight and expectation and a lot of eyeballs with that as well. So, absolutely, he may sort of be trying to live up to something here.
41. Patrick, you require
Well,
156.
Dekker again has got 6 and 156. It's been one of those games where the player throwing first has had all the time that they've wanted. Double 18.
Game
That's the
shot on
5th
fourth
ton plus
leg.
checkout that
Dekker.
Patrick Dekker has got this week. When he's been firing in all
Fifth leg, it's
cylinders.
Mason to
And it's
throw
another
first.
moment for his personal
Game on.
highlight reel. It levels the game at 2-2. A look into the camera, and he is enjoying life on this stage.
48.
I was waiting for it because all week when he's took a shot like that out, we've had like the full sort of strongman pose, haven't we? Like he's in the Mr. Olympia competition.
60.
But on this occasion, there wasn't really too much of a reaction. Maybe that's a sign that now he's starting to expect it to happen rather than him feeling like it's a big moment.
108.
Well, Mason Whitlock piles in the first 180 of the day. I was actually speaking to Patrick about this as to why he's doing the stare down the barrel of cow. Obviously, Richie Housen did it early on Monday. He saw the practice. He actually said now he feels like it's part of his process actually to kind of alleviate some of the stress, some of the tension. It's actually a focus point for him. And we say about players having different parts where they'll focus on, maybe away from the stage or someone in the crowd. For Patrick, it's the barrel of the camera, which is to the side of the stage.
Well, Richie Burnett was over by the speaker, wasn't he? In regards to that. And yeah, I can relate to that.
45.
Makes a
Mason,
lot
you
of
require
sense.
133. $93.
Well, this is a much better leg. The best leg we've seen thus far up to this point. Whitlock leaving tops after 12 darts. Maybe an indication he's just beginning
59.
to
Mason, you
go
require
through the gears
40.
somewhat. He was hit by the 156 of Patrick Dekker in the previous leg. Is he going to hit back with a decent leg here? Doesn't have to go for the double five. We'll glance over at the scoreboard. Was caught in two minds and
No
then
score.
decides to bust the score.
And that's one of those non-effective misses. Yes, you missed the shot. Yes, you've got to go again, but hasn't really affected the process. He's still well and truly in
85.
control
Mason,
of the
you
leg.
require
And
40.
this is where you can sort of actually accept or dismiss a miss.
30.
But now he is chasing double five, and Patrick Dekker not on a finish, but is eking ever closer to his opponent.
$58. Mason, you require 10.
It's more a turtle's pace, isn't it, of which Patrick Dekker is trying to make up that shortfall.
No score.
But will continue to
Patrick,
take
you
those
require
baby steps. Expect to see him
135.
start on the bullseye here with dart number 1. Mason at the back of the stage, not looking impressed
75.
as he's waiting for his
Mason, you
opportunity here.
require
This is an
10.
area the board he's tried to avoid.
Game shot on the fifth
It's an
leg.
area the
Mason
board that
Whitlock.
bails him out once again. He's a leg away from his first win here in Group C.
And how many times do you see that?
Sixth
Players
leg,
miss
it's Patrick
numerous
to
attempts
throw
at a double,
first.
but then when their opponents
on.
are in striking distance, they take it out first dart. And Mason Whitlock here, a leg away from winning the opening match of the group. This the first of 15 games that we're going to
100.
bring to you today in this Group C session.
Oh, that's inviting. Look at that. You'd have been expecting more from that opening
99.
dart for sure. I suppose that's the part of his game that will develop over time, the ability to use a dart that's already in the board.
$136.
Still at the tender age of 21 is Mason. Still plenty of time for him to develop.
100.
I feel like this year he's got a little bit of a free pass to see where his progress is, to see where he attains in terms of levels of performance, in terms of
95.
levels of results. Then I feel next year could be a big year for him.
57. Patrick, you require 170.
Dekker look at a 170 to take us all the way. He has 6 darts from this point.
58. $60. Patrick, you require 112.
We'll stay there. Was looking to divert off the barrel, but it clipped the other side. But he
88.
has left himself on double 12 upon his return. Whitlock Could only try and set up, could only try and apply as much pressure as he possibly can. Couple of troubles there will do exactly that.
Patrick, you require
This to take us to a 7th and deciding leg in this opening match of the day. One more.
12.
Doesn't go. It's a Mason Whitlock here.
Mason, you
He's
require
got an
52.
opportunity to close this match off, to cross the finishing line, double 16, to close it out.
36.
But a couple of match-winning opportunities have passed him by.
To take us the distance and into a decider.
Game shot on the 6th
We
leg.
go
Patrick
all
Dekker.
the way in game number 1. This is what we mean, though, about the
7th and final
opportunity that's going
leg.
to present
It's Mason
itself
to throw first.
within this group, because
Game on.
there's 2 points on the line here, and it's safe to say that at the moment, certainly statistically, this is underneath the normal par levels of a Group C campaign. Just shows the real opportunity that's presented itself here on week number 4.
60.
We say it in tournament play when you look at brackets and you say the draw is opened up, and in this particular respect it has for the 6 players all in play. They must
58.
all absolutely look at this group and think there is something to be had.
$60.
2 dry visits there for Patrick Dekker, giving an advantage, plus what's in the hands here of Mason Whitlock, which is looking very good.
140.
It's going to get 6, probably more darts than that at 171 to get over the line.
47.
He's in crude control of this leg of this match. And if he wins this, then he will take the opening rubber of this Group C campaign.
97.
Best scoring leg of the match so far for Mason Whitlock. A good quality to have, that you can produce it when you need it the most. And that's given him a lot of time now at the back end of the leg.
Mason,
Minimum
requires 74.
6 starts here at the 74.
Double top, but the way he starts going to the board, it's awkward. Has to move across.
54.
And it wasn't too far away, all things considered. He is going to come back for double 10.
I think a lot of it really rides on the first dart for Mason coming back, because we know he's tried to avoid the double 5 at times. And Dekker now down to a
100.
finish.
Mason, you require 20.
Double 10. Seals the
shot
points for
and
Mason
match.
Whitlock.
Mason
At long
Whitlock.
last, he crosses the line. He made hard work of it in the end. He had a couple of darts in the previous leg to win it. He gets over the line in a decider. Whitlock wins by 4 legs to 3 in the opening match of the session. Coming up after the break, it's Henry Coates up against Ultimate Dyer. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison! The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor! Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Whitlock! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Mason Whitlock got the better of Patrick Dekker by 4 legs to 3 in the opening match of the session. Game 2 sees Henry Coates and Alton McDyer go toe-to-toe. A long-awaited debut on this stage for one of the sport's most prestigious young talents in Henry Coates. For Alton McDyer, he's shown us glimpses of good stuff on his debut week here at the Live Lounge. Won an ADC Island qualifier to be here. Up against Coates, 18 years of age, from Matlock, nickname Henners. It's not a bad nickname to have. Only good people have that nickname, trust me. Up against Alton McDyer, the 26-year-old from Castlebar in County Mayo in the Republic of Ireland, making his debut this week at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But Henry Coates is a talent that people have been talking about now for a number of years. And early on this year, played at the World Masters to some real success. Picked up a Challenge Tour title at the end of last year. Picked up the last Challenge Tour title of 2024. And you look at the level that he's playing at, just glancing over his results at the beginning of the year.
140.
When we have a look at perhaps some of the numbers that the other players in this group have punched in, if he can play anywhere near that level, he will have some severe joy in this pool of players.
A lot of it comes down to how you start as well, and he started very strong there with the 140. I was just peering over, having a watch. He was coming back with a smile on his face, and, well, he should be having a beaming smile across his face here, because this is a perfect start. He's battling back the smile as he's walking back. This is an absolute dream start for the young man.
140.
This will be everything that he wanted from the moment he knew he was coming to the Super Series.
57.
Super Series, super start.
And we have seen players in this Group C at the same age as Henry have some real joy. Jensen Walker won a week
require 124.
by playing in Group C at the same age. Another one off the assembly line of fine young talents.
84.
There's nothing wrong with the scoring department here from young Henry, is there, in the opening? 12 darts thrown and he's on tops already. We're going to get an opportunity here to check out the finishing earlier on, but
Henry require
amongst
40.
the brilliance of Coates, it's been missed. Maybe that McDyer's kept pace.
20. Alton, you require
3 missed
108.
darts at double top to take the opening leg. McDyer looking at 108. Up to be, and so Henry will come back looking at
Henry required
double
20.
10 to win leg 1. Up for 5s. Well, that's the nervy bit out of the way.
Leg, Henry
The
Coates.
first leg done and dusted. Henry Coates a leg to the good.
Second leg.
And
It's
I'm going to go with you there on
Game
the
on.
nervy side of it there for Henry. I think a lot of the time there's a narrative spun by commentators or punditry teams in regards to players being nervy or players being edgy, and then when you actually review it, they've not been nervy or edgy, they've just missed. You know, it's not because they've thrown different. We can see here, Henry's throw is already changing to that we saw of the opening 6 darts when he was just playing with a bit of fluency. Now just holding onto the dart a bit, starting to engage the shoulder. That's the sign of the nerves, not so much where they land. You can throw a dart and miss it and not be nervous. You can miss and throw a dart well.
In terms of the senior side of the game, we'll talk about his exploits in the World Masters a little bit later on in the day, but made it through to the semi-finals of the British Open. Bridlington in September, lost out to the eventual champion of that particular tournament, Carl Wilkinson, by 4 legs to 2. But again, his level of play in that tournament was very, very high. Recorded averages of 98.5, 82, 92, lost with an 82 average. Again, the early indications are his level of play is probably superior to the rest that we have seen. And some start the scoring absolutely exemplary. But the problem he's got, Dyer's on the darts and he gets first poker the 1-2-5. But a misstray there means that Coates will come back for the 62.
Not 109. Henry requires 62.
The 2-0 and the break. It's double 16.
Game shot on the second leg.
That's far more
Henry
clinical
Coates.
from Coates. He's 2-0 up, playing beautifully.
Third leg, it's Henry to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that'll be a settler, that will. You've enjoyed that one, a nice little combination.
45.
Just that little jump there again, isn't there? Just before that release.
28.
It's just a couple of little tells, isn't they, with Henry, that you can just spot early on. Stood at the back of the stage, head down but eyes up, so it's like he doesn't know whether he wants to look or look away. It's like when you watch one of those horror movies, you kind of don't want to watch, but you feel you have to.
58.
And for everything that he's done in his young career, this is something brand new for him, playing in front of these types of cameras under this sort of scrutiny on a stage like this.
$40.
But I'm impressed with what we're seeing here from
133.
Henry Coates. And do you know what? When you say about scrutiny, yes, I'm in the first 2 legs I'm scrutinising, I'm looking and analysing. But what I'm looking and analysing for is what have we seen so far from Henry Coates? It's been really good. We've talked about what he's achieved.
Henry require 138.
But is there more in there? Is there a higher ceiling than what we're seeing, or are what we're seeing, is that as far as he's going to go?
106.
And the fact that you can watch with scrutiny and pick out bits already with Henry tells you that he's going to go on a journey that's going to achieve far greater than what he's already done, and he's going to do very well within the sport.
99. Henry require 32.
Double 16 for 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the third leg. Henry Coates.
Hardly breaking sweat to open up this 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Alton to throw
but
first.
But to be fair to Alton,
game on.
He's keeping pace in terms of the scoring. Both players are averaging 88 in this game. But that's just a scoring average because he hasn't had a shot at a double yet.
59.
And there must be something creeping in the back of Alton's mind. It is this. If I keep playing to this level, I should pick up points somewhere today.
100.
Just maybe not against Henry, who's playing like a machine.
Really enjoyable pace
58.
about this game, and quite a good little head-to-head here. Ultimate Dyer, let's say, averaging in the mid-80s, and at times have been over the 90
45.
mark. But it's been hard to notice that really because our eyes have been drawn to the flair of Henry Coates.
98.
You sense that Alton's got a bit of a tower to climb in this particular contest if he is to go on and win it. And it looks like it may well be game up very soon. Needs to hit big here. Otherwise, Coates, well, he's going to get 6 for the match from here.
6.
And you get the sense away that he's been playing in this contest. 6 may well be all he needs.
Already my mind starts wandering to about 10 past 3 this
95.
afternoon when Henry Coates is lined up to take on Justin Smith. It'll be fast, it'll be flary, and it's going to be good.
85. Henry, you require 121.
For this to complete what has been, well, a dream debut for him.
53. Alton, you require 141.
Well, Dyer has been reduced to no opportunities whatsoever. The chances he's had have been at ton plus checkouts. He's unable to find the 1-4-1.
Henry, you require
So Henry
68.
Coates to put the curtain down on what has been a blistering debut performance. He's going to have a match start at double 16, and that is all he
And the
needs.
match,
What a
Henry
star,
Coates.
what a debut for Henry Coates here at the MODUS Super Series. He's shown exactly why he is one of the most prodigious young talents that this sport has. Straight out the gate with an average of 87, 4 from 11 on the doubles. But there was so much about that performance which demonstrated his real flair and natural ability. A 4-0 win for him coming up after the break. It's Mr. and Mr. Smith.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there,
McGuire,
George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Henry Coates got the better of Alton McDyer by 4 legs. Still really good performance. 87 average, 4 from 10. Not a bad debut whatsoever. Right, game 3 sees the battle of the Smiths. Luke and Justin going head-to-head in the third match of the session. It's Mr. Smith against Mr. Smith. And this is the tale of the tape between these two players. Luke Skywalker Smith will be hoping to eliminate the rest of the opposition. The 35-year-old from Chester up against the 27-year-old Justin Smith from Cardigan in Wales, the bearded dragon who finished 4th in Group A and will be hoping for more success in Group C, or more success in comparison to what he saw in his earlier groups. But the first task for Justin, I think, is to tie his shoelaces up, because he's just tucked a lace in and then it's just come back out again.
First leg, it's Luke to throw first.
Justin Smith in this game
Game on.
is 1-4 on with the bookmakers to go on and win it. But I've got an expert opinion for you, Matt. I think the winner of this game is going to be Smith.
28.
That's about as good as your expertise will go, isn't it?
I've got nothing else apart from that.
60.
I like the play on the Skywalker, but I think I would go a little bit deeper on it, to be honest. I would probably change it to Darkwalker.
140.
And instead of a lightsaber on the back, a dart saber. Like, where it's
44.
the shape of a dart, but with the beam of light coming out of the dart barrel rather than coming out of like a lightsaber. So the handle's a dart, and then the lightsaber comes out of it.
You've thought very deeply about this, haven't you?
No, I'm just very
48.
creative. So you look at that, holding a dart there, and then the beam coming out of that.
Definitely should have some colour on that lightsaber, because
93.
initially it looked like he had a cricket bat in his hand and he's about to swing one to mid-off.
Looks more like baseball, to be honest, Henry, because it's not the shape of the saber, you know. Looks more like a baseball bat rather than a cricket bat.
45.
Well, come tomorrow, he will be hoping that he is
83.
at home base to qualify through to Saturday night's final. We shouldn't really talk about bases when it comes to Valentine's Day being tomorrow, should we?
$42.
Smith, 6 darts, so 2-2-1 to get the break of throw in this opening leg.
25.
Sluggish start to this particular contest. Both players looking to ease their way in slowly.
100.
98 left.
60. Luke, you require
We've
98.
seen that a little bit this week, haven't we, from Justin Smith? That sort of roll of the eyes, the shake of the head. He's not where he wants to be within his game and could be a little bit vulnerable here. And Luke Smith looking to pounce on that vulnerability.
66. Justin, you
He opts
require
for the
136.
split.
Well, it's a bit of a risk with Justin Smith left on 136.
60. Luke, you require 32.
For the opening leg, 32.
Game shot
In
of
it goes.
first leg.
Luke Smith takes the opening leg of this match.
Second leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
Do you know what? I've never seen Star Wars in my life.
60.
I'm not surprised.
Put it this way, I once thought that Buzz Lightyear was a Star Wars character, then
53.
realised that that's Toy Story.
57.
Has been playing a lot on the ADC, hasn't he, Luke Smith?
43.
Been playing a lot of the tour events.
100.
Went to the one up in Middlesbrough as well in 2024. Very flourishing scene, isn't it now, the ADC, and obviously the opportunities that present themselves
43.
to come to places like the Super Series and now obviously the ADC Global Championship at the back end of the year, one that a lot of the players will be hoping to get into.
Well, there's been some ADC news tease. We'll tell you a bit more about that in the next leg, but there was a little bit of a teaser with the
60.
globe on it.
Justin, you require
If it's related to the
144.
Global Championship or something completely different, we don't quite know yet. But can Justin Smith find the 144? He had found the first Joel, but couldn't follow it up with a second compliment.
96.
Classic announcement of an announcement.
Yes.
Just dropping them low here, Luke Smith, when moving around the board.
44. Justin, you require 48.
Something he'll probably find as he doesn't quite complete the action of his throw.
16.
Justin Smith can't complete the leg, but he's got plenty of time. Luke Smith not even halfway through the leg despite having 15 darts.
So Justin Smith, I've got to be careful doing that in this
Justin, you
game.
require 32.
Justin's left himself 32. We'll do it that way, shall we? To level up at one apiece. Okay, double. Okay,
Game shot on
1-1.
the second leg. Justin Smith.
Not one part of Justin Smith
Third
looks
leg, it's
happy
Luke
with the
to
game
throw
of
first.
darts right now.
Game on.
But you've got to snap out of it quickly. This is the part of the tournament that is the most important.
6.
When players are jostling for position.
Everything about what happened over the last 3 days is an
140.
absolute irrelevance for Justin Smith. It's all about hammering home today and tomorrow and to gain his place through to the finals on Saturday evening.
134.
Beautiful switch in there for Luke Smith, who's looking to find his levels here at the Super Series.
100.
But you do fear at some point that Justin Smith's going to start going through the gears. He's had success on the Challenge Tour. He's had success on that stage. He's won a week here
42.
at the Super Series. There is expectation, there is talent, there's raw quality in the game of Justin Smith that can just come into life at any moment, and we're seeing it come through now.
Almost looks like he's decided that he's had enough now and he's really beginning to go with the flow. He's left himself at 81 after just 9 darts in this leg.
133. Justin, you require 81.
More success down on the 19s there for Luke.
Game shot on
But
the
that's a
third
good
leg.
leg of darts from Justin Smith. 12 darter, a breaker throw, and a statement of intent.
Fourth leg, it's Justin
2-1 to the good,
first.
the break in hand.
Game on.
And you feel like now he's got his nose in front,
94.
that he'll just want to press home from this point onwards.
$57. $100. $96. $100. $125.
So Smith, 6 darts on 207 to
96.
establish a 3-1 lead in this contest. He's left himself on the Nelson, 111.
93. Justin, you require 111.
Triple 17 for tops.
71.
Would have completed
Luke,
a
you
decent
require
two-leg burst there for
130.
Justin Smith.
$47. Justin, you require 40. Game shot on the
Double
fourth
top
leg.
does
Justin Smith.
establish a two-leg gap in the favour of Justin Smith.
Fifth leg. It's Luke to throw first.
I've just
Game
gone
on.
quiet for a leg there because I've been doing some analysing on Justin Smith because I'm noticing the darts aren't always landing at the same angle. Sometimes they're kicking over to the right. I was trying to see why. And
140.
he's engaging this grip, certainly on dart 3. He's pushing across with those
57.
the fingers that are towards the point. He's putting extra pressure on the dart, changing the angle. Interesting little sign coming in here in Justin Smith, which could be down to the fact that maybe he's not been playing as much. He's been playing more locally, hasn't been doing things like the Challenge Tour like he traditionally does. He hasn't been at Q School, maybe not been practicing as much. And with that, you get little things just creep into the game.
140.
And it's especially on that third dart, it's just kicking a little bit to the right. Extra pressure applied with the gripping fingers.
45.
The fingers that are just there for a guide, just to make sure the dart sits comfortably in the hand.
60.
You see on that one again, the angle changing on dart 3. Probably something he's not even aware that he's doing.
95.
Well, maybe he is, because we've seen that a few times on dart 3 as well, haven't we? Where he's either to stop or he's thrown his entire body into the shot. The good news is you can see where it's stemming from.
93.
Well, this
Justin, you require
to see this game home,
144.
average of 83.6 in the end after what was a slow start for Justin Smith. But once he got in front, he's been playing better. But Luke Smith does have an opportunity
88.
here to
Luke, you require
hold his throne,
68.
bring it back to 3-2. Maybe the only chance he has, this 68, to bring the gap down to just a solitary leg. It's double top.
48.
It's just below, and so Justin Smith
you
comes
require
back 56
56.
for the match. Double 18. The
Game
Bearded
shot
Dragons
and the
underway of a
match,
win.
Justin Smith.
He managed to go through the gears to complete that match and to get his opening 2 points of the group. He beat Luke Smith by 4 legs to 1. Coming up in a few moments' time, we'll see the beginning of round 2, and that sees Patrick Dekker take on Henry Coates. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Hand. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison! The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor! One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. The first round's worth of play has been completed, and before the break, Luke Smith got the better of Justin Smith by 4 legs to 1. And so round 2 kicks off with a meeting between Henry Coates and Patrick Dekker. For Patrick, he lost out in the last leg decider against Mason Whitlock, while Henry got the better of Alton McDyer by 4 legs to 0. A real
First leg, it's Patrick to
accomplished
throw first.
debut performance on the
Game on.
Super Series stage from Henry. And I suppose the big question is, we say with every player that gets off to a good start on this stage, how are they going to follow up?
I think Henry's a different
58.
case, though, because players before, when they come on debut, we don't really know too much about them, and we go, well, what are they going to do? Where Henry's been out there for quite some time, he's got
100.
experience on the tours, and we know what he's capable of. We know the quality that he possesses, and he's put that into place in possibly the new real big opportunity now in PDC
40.
darts, alongside that of the UK Open. Now the World Masters has become an open door for someone to really stand up and be counted, and even though it was in
100.
defeat, Henry Coates really acquitted himself so well in that tournament.
But he got out of his group, beat Makura Suzuki and Patrick Girat, averages of 98 and 87.
85.
Took Alan Suter to a last set in the first round of knockout before losing 2-1. Averaged 89 in that match as well. So that's the level that we know he
140.
can get to and he can ascertain. A level which would be more competitive in any group. You sense in this group will probably get him over the line.
70. Henry, you require
Well, remember at the start of the day
161.
we said he could make a bit of a mockery of that 2-1 odds if he plays the way we know he can, and he is.
100.
Comfortable performance in the first game, averaged just shy of 88. And, well, he's stepping up even higher and really serving it up here to Patrick Dekker, looking for a breaker throw at the earliest possibility.
100. Henry, you require
Well, he's playing the type of
61.
darts that is forcing your opponents to do something good every single leg. It's double 16.
29.
His
Patrick,
doubling
you
was very good as well.
require
40% in his
148.
first match against Alton. Patrick may just be restricted to opportunities like this. Had the 156 in his match against Mason Whitlock. He's unable to
77.
add the
Henry, you
148 to his now
require
5
32.
ton plus checkouts. Coates will come back, looking to take the opening leg.
Game shot of
And
first
manages
leg.
to
Henry
squeeze the
Coates.
third dart in off the barrel of the first.
Second leg, it's Henry to throw first. Game on. $140.
So impressive. Just taking it all within his stride.
41.
And in game one, certainly early on, we was having a look. We could scrutinise a little bit and just say that
140.
There was little signs and little tells in there, bits of fidgety, little ticks, little triggers, but none of that here. Now it's almost like an element of swag. It's like he already feels like he
39.
belongs. When you play with this sort of
54.
freedom and within the action in regards to Henry Coates and his game, you do need that confidence. You have to play with it, because if you don't play with the confidence... I mean, look at Michael Smith at the moment. Real great example of someone who plays completely with rhythm and freedom.
Henry require
But isn't getting results at the moment because
167.
he hasn't got that confidence, so he doesn't believe and trust within his action.
60.
Well, this is one-way traffic at this present moment in time. Coates with all the time that one could
84.
want
Henry
from
require
this
107.
107 to open up a 2-0 lead. Looking at trouble 16 with dart 2. He'll leave himself on double
71.
18 upon his return.
$108.
Maxi there just keeps
Henry require 36.
himself on the coattails of Coates.
No score.
If he misses a double, does give him
Patrick,
a
you require
chance.
101.
Well thrown darts, no reward there for Henry Coates, and this is the reward of that big maximum, that 180. He's going to get a dart at a double in a leg he probably didn't expect one. And he
Gates on
takes
the
it out.
second leg.
A
Patrick Dekker.
281-point conversion in 6 darts there for Patrick Dekker. Completely
leg,
turned that leg
Patrick to
around,
throw
which
first.
felt it was all about Henry
Game
Coates. But that's a breaker throw straight back.
Yep, one apiece. And that's the second ton plus checkout Patrick has had today. The 101 joins the 156. You just get the feeling that if Patrick's score is just going to be slightly off today, that
30.
he's going to need to pick apart opportunities like that, because that might be all he gets restricted to.
40.
But look what he's followed it up with. You can have those big moments, you can have those flair moments, but when you're backing it up with 30, you're always going to find yourself a little bit vulnerable.
47.
Well, you trust Henry Coates to be able to stick at the level he's at all day long, and so Patrick's going to have to find an extra gear, possibly a level that we
100.
haven't seen yet from him this week. For him, the biggest thing is he wants to play well. He wants to showcase his talents. If he plays well and he loses, okay, you don't want to lose, but he can accept that because
59.
he's played to the level that he knows he can. But it'd be these types of matches which, if he does go on to lose, will be the real nagging disappointment for him.
60. $58. $25.
Well, just going into that shot, I was just starting to think of the concern here for Patrick Dekker is the ability of not keeping the darts straight. A lot of wayward darts at the moment in this game.
100.
And then he has a visit that not a single dart went straight into even the single 20s. And that's where the concern comes. When you're missing high and low, it's a lot more manageable than when you're missing left and right. That means that release is just not on point. It means the arm's not coming through
100.
straight.
Henry require 144.
Another one of them. Double 12.
120. Patrick, you require 156.
Well, Patrick's already delivered this once today. But it's not going to be a double for Dekker.
81. Henry, you require 24.
2 12s. 2-1
Gates on the
Coates.
third leg.
He's
Henry
got
Coates.
the breaker throw. In fact, all 3 of the legs that have been played in this match have been won by the player throwing
Fourth
second.
leg. It's Henry to throw first. Game on. 40.
Was that pun intended there, the double decker?
It might have been up my sleeve.
So no then. It's potluck, wasn't it?
Allow a man a moment of glory every now and then.
85.
Just to segue very quickly and just move into something slightly different. It is one of those chocolate bars
83.
that actually do the thing I really hate when people do. It's the same with the Mars, the Snickers, double decker. When they nibble the chocolate first, then they eat the nugget, then I hate it.
Oh, you don't want to eat. You don't want to see me
60.
eat a Twix then,
You're correct.
because I'll eat the chocolate bits around. You know the chocolate biscuit bits around first,
132.
and then I'll have the caramel after.
Yep. I'd hate that. You are correct.
Luckily for you, it's a crunchy that's in my bag as my lunch snack. Other chocolate bars, of course, are
100.
available.
Just caught the flight on the way in there. As he was looking for his first maximum of the game there, Henry Coates looking to level that one. Patrick Dekker already hit one in this game. That come in an opportunity similar to this one where
Henry
he hit
require
it in regards to the timing. But
121.
Henry Coates now looking to grab full control.
97. Patrick, you
We have
require
seen this from Patrick Dekker
156.
today in game number 1, a 1-5-6 finish. In his match against Mason Whitlock, lost that game by 4 legs to 3. Won't repeat the feat here.
100.
Henry Coates.
Henry, you require
Hold
24.
his throw and open a gap.
Double 12. Eventually goes
Game
Coates'
shot
3
of
up.
full
Now we've
flag, Henry
seen
Coates.
Patrick leave that 1-5-6 a few times today, which is indicative of the
leg,
fact
it's
that
Patrick
every
to
now
throw
and then,
first.
despite some of the decent
Game on.
scoring he has, there is going to be that odd flyer into the 5, which is the reason why he's leaving himself on that 6.
$60.
There's always a reason why, but Patrick now looking to blossom. But Henry Coates looking to finish this match off once and for all. Maximum there. For his first visit to the 5th leg. A leg that if he wins, he'll win the match.
$43.
Hang on a minute. 6 of the best from Henry Coates. And this young talent is on for something very special.
What a way to make a debut this would be. We've talked about the possibility of winning the week. We've talked about the possibility of making Saturday night. We're now talking about the possibility of the perfect leg.
41.
But Dart 7 goes a begging. But the important thing is to win this leg and to win the match. And
87.
well, he's left himself on 54 after 9 to do exactly that. Could be a potential 11 darter to round this game off. 88 average on the back of the 87 the previous match. Patrick Dekker's max there does leave him on a
Henry
finish.
require 54.
But this is all about Henry Coates. Today
Game
it's all
shot
been
and the
about
match,
this young man
Henry
so
Coates.
far. A 12 darter to win that particular contest 4-1. An 87 average in his first game, matched up by an 87 average there. In fact, 0.01 in terms of the averages between his first and second match. Coates beats Dekker by 4 legs to 1, finishing off with a 12 darter. Coming up next, it's Justin Smith taking on Mason Whitlock.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Before the break, Henry Coates beat Patrick Dekker by 4 legs to 1. Next up, it is Justin Smith and Mason Whitlock going head-to-head here on the live lounge stage. Now, both players come into this off the back of a win, and the victor of this contest will join Henry Coates on 4 points. He
First leg, it's
as I mentioned,
Justin
beat
to throw
Patrick Dekker
first.
before the break.
Game on.
Mason won a cagey game against Patrick Dekker to open up the show, whilst Justin Smith lost the first leg to his namesake Luke
100.
before then rallying off 4 on the spin, getting better as the game went along to win 4-1. What do you expect from this particular affair?
I think this will be good.
43.
I think this will be a good game, this one. I think both players will probably bring a little bit out in each other. They'll have a bit of respect for each other in regards to what they've already achieved within the
100.
sport and what they're expected to go on to do. We did mention, didn't we, that Justin Smith seemed to play better against the players of which
42.
he expected more from in that Group A campaign, and I think it could be very similar here.
Well, I think Mason was trying to get out of the way of Justin, and by trying to do the right thing, I think he actually
140.
caught Justin's eye, and I think the pair have had a little bit of a giggle about that. Sometimes the small things can give you the giggles, Matt.
125. Justin, you require 161.
161 was on offer, but not now. But Justin
65.
showed a lot of good scoring prowess in his match against Luke, particularly towards the tail end of that contest. And it's been that scoring power on throw which has given him the first opportunities in this contest.
25.
And he's
Justin,
got
you
6
require
starts here from
96.
96 to take out the opening leg. We'll stay there.
60.
Now, he almost found himself in a cul-de-sac of trouble there, was Justin Smith, because he was so close to the trouble there. If he found it, he would have busted.
39.
But
Justin,
he's
you
left himself
require
on his
36.
favourite double 18 nonetheless. He may split here. Will split here. Double 8.
No score.
Possibly a happy accident. But here comes Whitlock.
108.
With a trademark maximum
He
to
just
pile the
required
pressure on. He's already
36.
seen his opponent miss a couple of
Game's on the
double,
first
but he ain't
leg,
going to bodge
Justin
that
Smith.
chance. Smith one up.
Second leg, it's Mason to throw first. Game on. 140. 120. 57.
Played at a good tempo this, that will certainly suit both players. When you are a really quick player like Justin Smith, you like playing against the quick players, but the ones that just check themselves a little bit, so you're not feeling like you're always at the hockey. And that's what I think Mason Whitlock's providing here for Justin Smith, a really nice pace of game, because
134.
it's allowing him a little bit of time, but without being away from the hockey for too long.
100. Mason, you require 170.
Both players on the finish after 9. Whitlock looking at the big fish, isn't going to take it out. And so Smith will have a poke at the 101, which has already been taken out today by
97.
Patrick
Justin, you
Dekker.
require 101.
Trouble 15. Double 18.
65.
Wide of the
Mason, you
mark.
require 73.
Double top.
53. Justin,
Whitlock's
you
had an
require
opportunity to win
36.
this second leg. He's been comprehensively outscored,
20.
but has got 3 more to
Mason,
level
you
up.
require 20.
For someone who loves double 18 so much, you'd think he'd do a bit of work on that double 9.
Game shot on the second leg. Mason Whitlock.
But Mason Whitlock there, sharpening up the doubles. He was the thing that caused him troubles in the first game, 4 from 20.
Third leg. It's
in his
Justin to
opening
the row
match.
first. Game on.
But just going to that point with Justin Smith, if you've got a favourite double, if you're going to leave double 18 wherever possible,
100.
you've always got a risk of coming inside the 18, which means you're going to be on the double 9. Surely you would try and make double 9 equally as strong, so you don't have to switch away from it all the time.
58.
I can hear Paul Nicholson's voice ringing in my head, because he sits in this commentary box so often and so many times.
42.
He talks about secondary doubles. If you've got a plan attack, you've got a double that you like, you've got to accept the fact that every now and then you're going to miss on the inside. And so you then need to work out your ploy from that point onwards. And so
140.
as good as you are on your primary double, you've got to be on your secondary double. And maybe for Justin Smith, because look, he may have gone on the inside of the
60.
double 9. We'll never know. But effectively, he's costing himself or burning himself a dart per visit when he's going inside on the double 18, because he is reluctant to go for said double 9.
93. $100.
And suddenly, Justin Smith could find himself in a pickle, because he had darts, numerous darts to go 2-0 up.
40.
Whitlock stole that previous leg against the run of play. Would have expected more from that previous turn, but put himself in a position where he could lead 2-1.
87. Mason, you require 170.
Another one of them would have given him a dart at the bull.
140.
He can leave himself on a
Justin,
double
you require
nonetheless. Smith
112.
has already had a look at this 112 today. Still a possibility. Triple 19 for the bull, not to be this time, and so Whitlock will come back for 130. Will come back for the 30.
31. Mason, you require 30.
It's double 15 for the break,
Game shot on the
and it's
third
a
leg.
2-1
Mason
lead for
Whitlock.
Mason Whitlock.
Fourth leg. It's Mason to throw first. Game on. 60. 100.
This would be a huge win here for Mason Whitlock, not just in the fact that it's a win against Justin Smith, but it'd be a win against the favourite to win the group. And
58.
when Justin Smith's got to play Henry Coates still, which I think is going to be a brilliant game later on this afternoon. There's opportunity here that could
60.
really present itself for Whitlock to establish himself quite convincingly in that top 2 position quite early.
Well, you mentioned earlier on that this group is an opportunity for Mason Whitlock.
85.
Hasn't qualified for Saturday before here at the Super Series. He's had a few bites of this particular cherry now, but he
95.
hasn't been successful yet in making it through to the big night. Perhaps inspired a little bit by what his dad did a couple of weeks ago. He'll feel like this is possibly the best opportunity he's had yet
140.
to find a way through. And who knows, once you get to Saturday, what could happen from that point onwards.
100. Mason, you require 100.
Certainly turned the screw in this game. Could have been 2-0 down. He's looking for a 2-leg lead of his own.
44. Justin, you require 146.
Smith looking at 146. He's not going to find the 2 treble 19s, which would have given him a poke at double 16.
59. Mason,
So
you
Whitlock
require
will come back
114.
for 114 to open up a 3-1 lead in this match. It's double top.
94.
Just below.
Justin,
Smith
you
may just
require
get one poke at the
87.
bullseye on the back of this 87. But if he can find the treble with the first dart, then he would have had Old Faithful. The bull for the bearded dragon doesn't go.
54. Mason, you require 20.
Double 5.
Game shot on the
He
fourth
doesn't like
leg.
that
Mason
double, but
Whitlock.
he'll be friends with it there. 3-1 Mason Whitlock leads in a match that Justin Smith should have been 2-0 up in,
Fifth
but it's
leg,
Whitlock
it's Justin to
who has
throw
the 2-leg
first.
buffer,
Game
and
on.
he's now a leg away from victory.
No doubt Mason would have gone in the back room after his previous victory and thought, if I am
58.
going to get through, I'm going to have to sharpen up the finishing. And whatever he's done in the back room has certainly worked for him. Doubles percentage in this game, 42.86%. 3 from 7, a massive improvement from what we saw in game number 1. And that is what's giving him this lead. But
44.
if you remember in the last game, we talked about Justin Smith and those darts kicking, and just look at dart 2 and 3 on that last one. Kicking across, flight to the right, point to the left.
135.
Slightly concerning sign here for Justin. You can see that worry all over him. He's wearing it. He's not quite sure where it's coming from.
180.
Well, that's a get out of jail 180 there for the bearded dragon. May just give him some space in this leg.
81.
And because he has the darts in this match, he only, from this position of 3-1 behind, needs to break Mason Whitlock once. And that's if we get to the next.
140.
Which looks like more and more of a possibility, having left himself on a 2-darter after 12.
This is exactly what I'm describing here.
57.
Little
Justin, you
issue coming
require
in is causing
79.
violent inconsistency. Because this is brilliant. This is
Game
good. This
shot
is
on the
faultless.
fifth leg. Justin Smith.
Is this a performance which epitomises Justin Smith?
Sixth leg.
Moments
It's
of
Mason
quality,
to throw
but we don't
first.
quite see it as
Game
often
on.
as we would like.
I think you've only got to look at Justin Smith to sort of work that one out.
85.
Not a happy camper.
60.
And you feel like it's the type of group where potentially these meetings could be the ones that dictate who goes where, who does what. And for Justin, he'll
140.
play Patrick Dekker after this, and then he'll take on Henry Coates. You feel like the meeting between the top 3 in the group, which has
42.
established itself quite quickly, could be very important in terms of who are the 2 players that make it into Saturday night's finale.
134. $100. Mason, you require 142. 62. 42. Mason, you require 80.
For the match, tops. A flurry to
Shot
finish
and
for
the
Mason
match,
Whitlock.
Mason Whitlock.
2 tops, gets him 2 points. And he gets the better of Justin Smith by 4 legs to 2. So he and Henry Coates established the early authority in this Group C. A 4-2 win for Whitlock. Coming up next, Alton McDyer takes on Luke Smith. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Justin Smith got the better of Mason Whitlock by 4 legs to 2. That means that Mason has moved himself on to 4 points in this Group C campaign. So, next up for us, Alton McDyer and Luke Smith. Both players looking to pick up an opening win here. Both players lost in their first round of matches. Henry Coates beat Alton McDyer by 4 legs. You know, Alton scored okay, averaged just under 85, but was not allowed a dart at a double from his 18-year-old opponent. Whereas for Luke Smith, well, he lost the Battle of the Smiths to Justin by 4 legs to 1. He won the first leg.
It's Alton
But
to
then
the
the bearded
first.
dragon went through the gears to claim
Game
success in that one. So, game 6 of our session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is McDyer up against Smith. And for one of these two, they will pick up their first points of this Group C
59.
campaign.
Yeah, a couple of derbies already, hasn't he, Smith? In game number 1, it was the Smith derby when he took on Justin Smith, and now it's the left-hander derby.
42. 137.
But Dyer has shown at times this week quite a interesting scene, and we haven't seen it consistently, but there's been certain games where he's been on it, and we've been getting that positive reaction from him that he's produced some good stuff. Certainly picking one of those sort of performances out every day. On day one, a high of 86.92.
56.
On day two, a high of 90. And on day three, a high of 88.19. And what's interesting is every time he's sort of had one of these performances where he's broke above the 70 average and gone into the 80s or above, he's always won.
$32. $59. 81.
Well, Alton's first to finish in this opening leg of the match.
$42. Alton, you
He's got a bit
require
of time on his side here.
136.
Luke Smith not finding anything in the scoring aspect in this opening leg.
60.
And Dyer's going to come back for 76 to take this opening leg out.
57. Alton, you
Six darts in
require
hand, should he need
76.
them?
2 8s.
No score.
A diversion low into the double 16, but he has got time, but not too much time.
Yeah, it could cause problems, that, because Luke Smith can find a treble here. He's down within striking range.
45.
Which would
Alton, you
Just
require
make Alton
76.
think a little bit here in regards to having to go back to the 76. Same shot, same opportunity.
Gets
This
on the
time
first
finds the
leg,
target.
Alton McDyer.
Nice clean finish there is going to make him feel a lot better about that leg.
Second leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on. $45. 60. 56.
There's a lot of tension, isn't there, in the action there of Luke Smith. We just see at the end there, just trying to find a little bit of freedom, trying to flex and stretch. But
100.
it reminds me a lot of when I used to do a bit of boxing and used to get a new guy come in the gym. And every time they came in the gym, they were so tense. And they would be like
41.
trying to throw these massive haymakers all the time. And to do so, they'd be doing with very rigid arms and very sort of stiff movements, rather than sort of being relaxed and turning the hips and
100.
turning the feet, the ankle. And that's what this just feels like a little bit, that it's just very rigid, and you can see not getting to the end of his action, almost flicking with the fingers, which is
33.
why the dart is landing at an inconsistent angle.
$140.
Let's have a look more at this map from the side-on angle.
You see there, just early, and
45.
ending high as
Alton, you
well.
require 101.
For 2-0. Double top, but that flight's in the way. But he's
Yeah,
managed to
shot
find a
at
way
second
through.
leg. Alton
McDyer leads
McDyer.
2-0. He finds his first sub plus checkout of the day. The 101 goes, and he leads
Third leg,
2-0.
it's Alton to throw first. Game on. $100. 56. $29. $60. $140.
Nice find there for Alton to give himself a nice little cushion in this one. Just not happening for Luke Smith at the moment. Really struggling to find his range here.
60.
And it'll only get harder as well, because what you'll see is the opportunity slip away. You'll see the points tally up for the opponents.
140.
Dyer there, back-to-back 140s. Gives himself plenty of time here.
Well, I've got to give credit here to Alton McDyer. He's obviously seen that his opponent is struggling in this contest, but he's going about his, his business very professionally. Averaging here 85. Now, he averaged around about this mark in the previous match without any joy against Henry Coates. He's playing today to a more consistent level than we have seen from him in Group A. Of that, so far, there's no doubt.
And this is sort of the hard games to play when you're playing against a player who you can see is really struggling, because you can sense the opportunity, certainly in these round robins, because if you're playing a player who's not hitting the heights, not only do you think about the win, but you think about the legs as well. And Alton will be fancying the job here at a 4-0 possibility. But with that comes pressure, because you've got the expectation, you've got to cash in.
Game on. $140. $22. $97.
Better leg here from Luke Smith. 140 followed by a 97. And that will then just start to make Alton think, is he starting to come to life? Have I got to put this game to bed quickly?
Well, I was going to say before that first throw, is he throwing a little bit more looser now than perhaps he was a little bit earlier on?
Firmer, I think, is the answer. Firmer. Just forcing that
140.
full extension.
Luke, you require 143.
Definitely a lot of workable, coachable factors in there within the action of Luke Smith. A good leg here, 12 darts to leave himself on 60.
Much more like it. Double top. Well, that came off the flight. Double 10. He's got an open target here. Finds it.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Gets a leg on the board, and that will just make him feel a bit better.
Yeah, fair play. Luke Smith has had nothing go his way for 3 legs.
Game on.
Barely able to find a single treble in that period of time, and then comes up with a 15 dart leg.
140.
I suppose that just begs the question, isn't it? It's not a fact that Luke Smith's not able to meet the standard, but is he able to meet it consistently? Certainly playing with
100.
much more freedom now since going 3-0 down.
That's not an uncommon question that we pose about ADT qualities, because for a lot of those players, this is something that's brand new. For a lot of players, there's some that maybe we haven't seen or heard of before, so we don't quite know how they're going to react.
It's a big opportunity. It's a big stage. It's a big platform now, the MODUS Super Series. It's an opportunity to play on the TV
59.
and learn things like that shot right there isn't the way to go. Because if you only got the 1 treble 20, 19s is not the switch. That 3-4-2 means he is 9 darts away from a finish. Same situation as when he started the leg. Had he used the 17s, left a 3-4-4, A 180 would have left to finish the 164. You've got to give yourself as much possibility as possible,
78.
especially when playing on an international platform.
Well, put it this way. An ADC qualifier could potentially be these two if they qualify again next series. Could play
60.
Adrian Jackpot Lewis on this stage.
A lot of people really looking forward to the debut of Adrian Lewis, and I'm going to put my name in that list of people that are really excited to see it.
108.
Luke Smith will be very excited and happy to see all the lights flashing and the big call of the 180 from Jack Garwood, because he's put himself back into this game.
86.
This is a much better
Luke
spell of the last
McGuire,
couple of legs.
84.
15 dart in the previous, and he's left himself on a 2 darter after 12 here. Suddenly he's awoken. Double 12. Sixes. Suddenly, Ultimate
Game
Dyer has
shot
got
of
questions
fifth
to
leg, Luke
answer
Smith.
because Luke Smith, with back-to-back 15 darters here, brings it back to 3-2,
Sixth
brings
leg,
it
it's
back on
Luke
phone,
to
has
throw
the darts
first.
to take us all the way.
Game on.
Let's be fair with it. At 3-0, we was almost looking at it thinking, well, I hope this doesn't damage Luke Smith too much to the point where he's going to go into the back room and
100.
sort of lick his wounds. Instead, he's showing some real fighting quality here. Pulling this back against Ultimate Dyer, who will just be wanting to get this game put to bed now, get the points on the board, because
140.
he's been hit back hard here by Luke Smith. Those 215 darters, that is 100 average over the last 2 legs. An absolute incredible turnaround from a player who was averaging sub 50.
100.
And suddenly, the questions seesaw the other way, don't they? They seesaw into the direction of
96.
Ultimate Dyer. Has been hit by a couple of counter punches. How's he going to come back up off the canvas?
Oh yeah, we're not talking about a very experienced player. We're talking about another player here who's here on debut. But look at this.
108.
Who saw this coming?
He.
He's going to get an opportunity here to
47.
take this
Luke
all the way. He's
McGuire,
got 6 starts from the
121.
1-2-1. Would need to find a break in the last, but right now the focus is, can he get us there? Single 19 would leave tops. Tops left after 12. World class.
Well, this has been quite literally a game of 2 halves. When McDyer raced into a 3-0 lead, it looked
85.
like a
Luke
formality
McGuire,
this match.
40.
And suddenly, Luke Smith has put in a power play that's up there with the very best. Double 10.
30.
Does it go?
3 well thrown
Alton,
darts
you
there, Luke
require
Smith. No reward, and he's left
133.
himself in a tricky area of the board now. Ultimate Dyer may find a little bit of encouragement here. I don't blame him there, staying there.
Luke,
2
you
beautiful
require 10.
guides. Expecting to hit the treble 20, and the estimation there was franked with the treble 20.
Game shot on a 6th leg. Luke Smith.
I'll tell you what, Matt. I've commentated on thousands upon thousands
7th
of
and
matches in
final
this
leg.
building.
It's Alton to throw
I
first.
cannot remember a
Game
match
on.
where the extremes in terms of players' performance has been as extreme as what we've seen here from Luke Smith.
But now he's got the possibility to win the game.
81.
It's changed. It's gone from how it was before, where he was playing with freedom. Now, what do we see? Can he continue this run? Or do we see him go back to match half 1
45.
now that the winning post has come in sight? Because it was probably just about saving face to begin with. It was, can I get some legs on the board? Now, can I get some points?
What must Ultimate Dyer be thinking
60.
right now?
Please. He'll be hoping. That's what he'll be thinking. He'll be, please hit a treble. Please miss something. Please give me a chance to get the points on the board. But just starting to lose the line again here. Starting to
45.
drag darts. Like I say, it's a different equation when you're turning something round to when it becomes a match once again. And when it was a match, that was where he wasn't dealing with the situation.
55.
But McDyer not making too many inroads right now.
73.
Not much between them after 9. This is what I mean. He was saying,
59.
please hit a treble. Now we'll be hoping for misses. Both players really engaged with everything that's going on the dartboard right now. There is no comfort up there
47.
whatsoever. Around about 50 points advantage for Dyer, plus what's in his hands.
And that has come in and out of the treble.
Right now, the players will just be feeling very heavy. A feeling almost like electricity going through the body.
The heart will pump
96.
way in excess of 100 mile an hour right now. Beats per minute, 100 mile an hour. I'd see a doctor if it was beeping at that type of rate.
100.
These are finished just one treble away. But Luke Smith looking to make inroads. May look to the middle of the board here.
105. Alton, you require
Good thinking.
106.
90, significantly easier than the 95. I like the play.
Triple 18 would have left double 16. So Luke Smith here,
58.
who's 3-0 down, was
Luke, you
struggling in the
require
match, but
90.
you have to give credit to the way that he's responded. A couple of world-class legs, couple of 15s, and now he's got a chance to win it. Well, he should have had a crack at the bullseye, and that frustration tells you that he knows he should have had a go at the ball.
And that gives Dyer more time to get himself composed. It's not been a good leg. He knows it. He's looked at the scoreboard. He's
Alton, you
seen he's thrown
require
21
48.
darts. But he only needs one successful dart on the outer ring.
It's double top.
Game
And
shot,
eventually
and the
it's a
match.
win for
Alton
Alton
McDye.
McDye. Beats Luke Smith by 4 legs to 3. Such a weird game. A match of 2 halves. They usually say that in a football equation, but it was certainly the case in a darting sense there. McDye picking the points up in a last leg decider. Patrick Dekker and Justin Smith is coming up next.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. Got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down on this Thursday afternoon. This is what we've seen so far. A couple of wins apiece for Henry Coates and Mason Whitlock to kickstart the session as we go into match number 7. That the running order then for the day, the first of 2 sessions live here on Pluto TV. Don't forget that we are back at 10 o'clock this evening to see the beginning of Group B, which features the newly crowned Lakeside champion, Shane McGurk, in proceedings. He will be alongside his Republic of Ireland compatriot, former World Master John O'Shea, Danny Van Tripe of the Netherlands, Brandon Weening of Australia, and Kelvin O'Keefe of Wales. We mention a lot that this is an international competition, and this week it has most certainly been proved to be the case. In fact, this series has been a very internationalised affair. You have a look at some of the players that have played over the course of this particular series. We had our first Cypriot player in Andreas Nicolaou play here earlier on. Just having a look at some of the nations. Alex Small won for Wales in week 1. Adam Zavada of the United States of America.
First leg, it's
Jake
Patrick to throw
Womack of
first.
the United States too.
Game on.
Simon Whitlock, of course, representing Australia. Andreas Nicolaou of Cyprus. Last week, we had Roland McDonough from the Republic of Ireland make the final. Alexander, a.k.a. Sasha Masec of the Czech Republic, or Czechia.
59.
Jeremy Fagg from Australia. Gary Mawson from the United States. It feels, Matt, as if this tournament's getting more internationalised as time moves along.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's because everyone wants a piece of it, don't they? Everyone wants to be
134.
here at the Super Series now. It's a massive opportunity. Big prize money.
82.
People seeing exactly what's happened to players that have come here and produced and the pathway that they have gone on. Not surprised to see everyone vying for a slice of the action.
140.
Well, Patrick Dekker straight into the action. 91 left after just 9 darts. Much more like it
95. Patrick, you
from the
require
Dutchman.
91.
Justin Smith hasn't got out of the gate as of yet, and so for potential 11 darter. Well,
Game
Patrick
shot of the
Dekker has been
first
playing
leg.
in
Patrick
moments this
Dekker.
week, and the good moments have been great. He's had a couple of ton plus checkouts a day and 11 darter to boot.
Second
the best we've
leg,
seen
it's
all
Justin
day.
to throw first.
He's a leg to the
Game
goods.
on.
But as that awoken the bearded dragon.
135. $99. $78.
I think Patrick Dekker's shown signs, hasn't he, to suggest that there is a little bit more in there than what we've seen already. These real
137.
explosive moments, and it's just, if you can start stringing them together, could end up being a little bit dangerous here in this Group C.
128.
Well, moments is the appropriate word. And the good stuff has been good, but I suppose we go back to the conversation we had in the previous match where the difference between players that are coming in as
58.
qualifiers
Justin,
and
you
those at the
require
top end is
106.
doing it on a more consistent basis. At this point in the previous leg, Patrick found himself on 91 points. In this leg, he's on 207. Now, I'm not expecting players to go out on 11 darts every leg, but just by way of comparison as to where things are at for him in terms of
100. Just
one
you
leg being
require
compared
100.
to another. But Smith here, looking at a ton, looking at tops, doesn't like the lie because his darts kick
Yeah,
up. The
Sean,
flight
the
was in the
second
way,
leg,
but he
Justin
manages
Smith.
to find a way through. He gets a ton. He gets back level. That's a 14 darter to make it one apiece.
Third leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
4-ton plus check out the day. Seen a couple of 101s. Patrick got the biggest, the 156.
180. 94.
Well, he said he's been delivering in moments. That was probably the moment for me to
100.
keep quiet.
$60.
Well, all three of these games have been won by Justin Smith this week. 4-0 win on Monday, 4-1 win on Tuesday, and then a 4-2 win on Wednesday. So Patrick's been picking up
66.
one more leg every single time that this pair meet, which means that tomorrow he'll win this match.
80. Patrick, you require 155.
Trouble 19. Middle left the double. He did threaten that, didn't he, earlier on this week, Patrick Dekker.
83.
We've been mentioning the meeting
59.
between
Patrick,
Justin
you
Smith and Henry
require
Coates at the present
72.
moment in time. The way these two are going, this has been the game of the day by a long stretch. I know we're only 3 legs in, but the numbers are really good.
Game shot.
This is a
third
proper
leg.
contest.
Patrick Dekker.
Patrick Dekker's won with legs of 11 and 15. He's 2-1 to the good.
Fourth
And
leg.
I know it's
Justin to
only
the
3
road
legs in,
first.
but he's averaging
Game on.
110.
56.
He's only 3 legs in, but he's halfway to victory, and that's the most important factor. Can he now sustain his way there?
80.
Someone who's been very good in sustained ability so far. The man top of the table, Henry Coates, coming up next against Luke Smith. Where who knows what we're going to get from Luke after the back of
56.
that last performance.
$100. $85.
Well, this is some way to kick off the middle round of fixtures here. The live lounge in Portsmouth for Group C. Remember, we're back for Group B later
97.
on tonight. 10 o'clock, Pluto TV.
$41. $69.
Well, Patrick's left himself a 155 again. He's realised that he should have been nowhere near that at the beginning of that visit.
60. Patrick, you require 155.
Realisation kicking in a little bit too late there, though, for Justin Smith for him to make any sort of change or impact about it. All the impact is coming
82.
here from Patrick Dekker, still running over the 100 average here.
99. Patrick, you require 73.
Just slowly but surely suffocating Justin Smith for this present moment in time. It's double top,
53.
just below. Justin
Justin, you
has a
require
chance to save his throw.
104.
He took out a ton to win his first leg. Is he going to take out the 104 to win his second? Double 16.
Game shot.
Well, he's had to rely on
Justin
big
Smith.
finishing to get the legs in this match. It was a ton to win his first leg. The 104 there. Justin Smith
Fifth
is
leg,
back on
it's Patrick
terms
to throw
at
first.
2-2.
Game on.
Suppose when you've got that little bit of quality in the locker you can call on, always feel like you can get yourself out of a situation.
96.
But the problem is you can't keep going to the well like that. He's done it a couple of times in this match, but you can't keep relying on finishes like that to bail you out. And so if you're going to get outscored, one way to fix the issue is to hit a max.
$134.
Patrick must be thinking, how is this game at 2-2? Because even in the legs that Justin's won with ton plus checkouts, he's been there or thereabouts. He was left on a double in the previous leg. Had a dart at tops to go 3-1 up. He's left himself on a finish here to re-establish the lead at 3-2.
140. Patrick, you require 107.
Averaging just under 102. But as strange as this contest is,
60.
Justin, he could find himself 3-2 behind. And Justin Smith could find a third ton plus checkout of the match. Triple 17. Ward left the ball, but Dekker's now looking
57.
at
Patrick,
free figure out of his own.
10.
He's going to get a dart. A double top.
Game
Beautiful.
fifth leg.
And that's Patrick's third of the day. He leads 3-2. And just when Justin Smith thought he might have an opening, he has been shut down by the Dutchman.
Game on.
He's enjoying it, isn't he, Patrick Dekker? His best performance here at the Super Series so far.
140.
Both in terms of numbers and in terms of sort of patterns of play. He did have a really good game
60.
on day 2, Tuesday, match number 4, 95.50 in victory. And that came in like a little spell for him, 85, 92, 95, 3 averages back to back. So showing he's got some quality and some consistency in there. Got a bit of a free leg
55.
here where he doesn't have to win this one. Has the darts in the last leg should it go the distance.
100.
Well, I know Patrick has been watching his matches back this week. If he carries on playing to this standard and wins, I think this might be on repeat on YouTube for the rest of time for him.
140. Justin, you require 161.
Well, this is the first leg really in this match where Justin Smith has had control of the scoring phase.
$60. Justin, you require 64.
Double 8 and plenty of time.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Justin Smith.
We go all the way to a last leg decider. Quality match, and it deserves its
7th and
fitting
final
crescendo.
leg. It's Patrick to throw first. Game on. 100.
Good start. Serves it up to Justin Smith. But Justin Smith's got the response.
108.
If Patrick Dekker loses this match, he will wonder why, wonder how. We know Justin Smith has got this raw, natural ability. Is he eking up every single
58.
fibre of that at this present moment in time?
Well, Patrick Dekker's just got to stay steady, stay consistent, find that one treble a throw.
69.
He found the treble, but the wayward darts have just left him a little bit of a problem. But it's the same mistake for Justin Smith, and again realises it after dart number 2.
60.
The sign of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting the same results.
Do you want to try that again?
80.
The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results.
60.
That quite
Patrick,
literally
you
was
require
insanity.
152.
152 for Patrick to win the match.
They'll sort it out in the edit. It's not like we're live.
60. Justin, you require 143.
Well, he's had 2 top plus checkouts in this contest. He ain't going to win it with a third. And so Dekker
93.
comes back for
Patrick, you
92 to
require
win this
92.
contest. Double 16.
Game shot.
Patrick
and the match.
Dekker beats Justin
Patrick
Smith in
Dekker.
the best contest of the day with the best performance of the day. Patrick provided his best, and he knows. He knows how well he played there, and he wants to show us how well he played there. Well, the end averages look like this. A match of 3 top plus checkout, 2 for Justin Smith. Patrick Dekker, though, with an average just under 95. 4 from 6 on the doubles. Henry Coates takes on Luke Smith on the other side of this commercial break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Patrick Dekker get the better of Justin Smith by 4 legs to 3. So to our next game, it sees Henry Coates and Luke Smith go head to head here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. These two have had contrasting days on this Thursday afternoon. For Henry, well, he's been a revelation on his debut here at the Live lounge reports of 2 wins and two performances, 2 averages of 87. In fact, there's .01 in terms of the averages between his first and second performance-wise for
Game on.
Luke Smith. I think it's quite fair to say that he has had a bit of an inconsistent day so far. I mean, it was epitomised in his last match. The first 3 legs, he really struggled. Then he found a couple of 15 darts to take us all the way, but then couldn't cross the line against Alton McDyer.
Well, 15, 16, wasn't it? It was quality from Luke Smith. A really good spell, but ultimately what happened was when it got to the situation where it became a game once again, he didn't quite deal with that moment. This one may be a bit easier to deal with, though. He'll be very well aware of the quality of Henry Coates. He'll be aware of it not just from what he's played like here at the Super Series, but what he's played like in other arenas. And sometimes when you play those big players, they're the easier ones to play. Because you almost take the result out of it. You expect them to hit everything, so anything they miss becomes a bonus.
$41. 140.
Well, Coates has left himself on 116 after just a dozen darts in this opening leg. Looking to establish a 1-0
81. Henry
lead
require
in this match, and he's got
116.
time on his side to do exactly that. He's done well to find the treble there. Tops
76.
just above the wire.
$45. Henry require 40.
Double top. Now double 10.
Game shot on the first leg. Henry Coates.
Comfortable start, just like it's been for Henry Coates today. There was only ever really some signs
Second
of any
leg.
sort of
It's
nerves
Luke
for
to
2
throw
legs.
first. Game
One
on.
of the quickest settlers we've seen here at the Super Series, and could end up being one of the quickest winners we've ever seen at the Super Series. Because when you look at this week ahead,
60.
Richie Howson already qualified. He's into Saturday night already. There'll be one more player joining Henry Coates if he was to get through this
99.
group into Saturday night, and then 3 positions from this evening. I don't think there's anything here this week that Henry Coates will look at and think, I can't live with that standard.
Now,
136.
we've been speaking, haven't we, throughout the course of the year about these new specials weeks that we're going to have here at the MODUS Super Series. One of them in August is a Young Guns week where players under 21 will be able to play. The way Henry Coates is auditioning here, and I know we've only seen 2 and a bit matches from him, but surely you've got to put him in, haven't we?
98.
I think that week could be one of the best weeks we ever have here at the Super Series, because there's some quality players in that sort of
84.
age bracket. And you know we're going to be looking and picking the cream of the crop.
I think that could be one of the biggest weeks the Super Series ever has. Because you would expect that one of those players, or the winner of that week, should go on to do bigger and better things within this game. And we could look back at that week in about 20 years' time and say that was where they really made their mark.
140. Luke, you require 127.
The Hinks. Luke Smith. He's took the 27 off.
87.
handy.
Henry require
Again,
44.
that 15 dart range there for Luke Smith.
Double 12.
20. Luke, you require 40.
Luke Smith to level up at 1-1. He's kept himself handy in this leg on throw. He's asking questions of Coates.
Game shot
And
on the
he's
second
squared
leg.
this
Luke
contest
Smith.
up at 1 apiece. Now, he's been competitive in every game, Luke Smith.
Third
The leg he
leg,
won
it's Henry
against
to throw
Justin Smith
first.
was the first leg.
Game
So
on.
he gave Justin questions to answer. And then he came back, of course, from that 3-0 deficit. So he's always made sure that
96.
his opponents have had questions and had that kind of jeopardy in a game.
$57. 100. 59. 39. 99. 99.
Nice leave there from Henry Coates, getting himself down to a finish. If Luke Smith wants to do the same, he's going to have to find a couple of trebles. Not going to happen, which gives Henry Coates now 6 darts to once again be quite comfortable on the throw.
131.
I think maybe we're seeing a bit of a pattern of play here. I think when Henry's got the darts, he's looking comfortable, and against the darts, he's getting opportunities.
131. Henry require 36.
Beautiful find there, though, from Luke Smith.
Game shot on the third leg. Henry Coates.
Coates leads by 2 legs to 1 in this particular match, averaging 90 and a half.
Fourth leg. It's Luke to throw
Best numbers
first. Game on.
of the day so far. Now, you know how horrible I am at times, Matt.
96.
So the age bracket for the Young Guns week is 21 and under. Bo Greaves is 21 and will still be 21 by the time that week is played.
I'd put her in.
58.
I'm sure the rest of the field wouldn't want Bo Greaves to play in it, but I think the viewer would love it. We'd love it.
108.
Making a move on the Luke Smith darts. First maximum of the game goes the way of Henry Coates.
59.
Great first dart. Begging for a max.
140.
Not quite, but he's put himself in a position here where he will feel like he's pretty much unassailable on the Luke Smith darts.
60. Henry, you require 121.
We'll stay there because Luke
45.
Smith is all the way back on 228.
108.
Well, he was all the way back. He just
Henry
made the
requires
move once
76.
again. But same as last time, Henry Coates going to get first shot at the double
56.
on the Luke Smith
Luke, you
darts. But
require
just like last
48.
time, he misses the opportunity to break, and Luke Smith gets the reward of that well-found maximum.
Well, this is the second time on his throw he's had to ride the Henry
28.
Coates storm in terms
Henry
of power
required
scoring, get
20.
a chance at a double, but unlike the previous time, he can't take it. And so Coates comes back looking at double 10. It's getting closer and he has to pick a side. Heads across to the right-hand side, but
No
cannot
score.
find a way through. And so Luke Smith
Luke, you
has
require
3 more to
20.
equalise this game back up.
Yeah, right and up he was trying to do there, but couldn't get it over the darts. Luke Smith's been good on his doubles. 1 from 4 in the opening, 3 from 8 in the second. Probably a strength of his right now, but it's not worked for him on this occasion. And you feel the way
No
that Henry
score.
Coates has been playing, he's
Henry
not going to make the
required
mistake
20.
a third time of missing his chance to break the throat.
Game
And he
shot on the
doesn't.
fourth leg. Henry Coates.
Third time of asking, gets the third leg on the board. And now it's full control because he's got the advantage
Fifth
of
leg.
throw
It's
a
Henry to
minimum
throw first.
2 times if he needs
Game
it.
on.
Well, these have been the legs where Henry Coates has been able to have serene passage. You felt like Luke Smith
100.
had to keep holding and then try and force the issue in a deciding leg. He's got a hard task from here to pick the points up against Coates.
If we was playing the game of guess the average of Henry Coates right now, you would
39.
not get a prize for guessing 87 because that's where he's been hanging out all day.
$83.
You play like that and you ascertain an average like that, it is weak winning form.
He's going to get opportunities, that's for sure.
44.
The opportunity he's giving himself here is to potentially be the Group C winner, because this would make him 3 from 3.
And if we be honest as well,
128.
he's playing at this level without severely being pushed. I'm really intrigued to see how he gets on towards the latter end of the session, where he's got the likes of Justin Smith and the likes of Mason Whitlock, who, particularly in the case of Justin Smith, you'd expect him to hopefully try and push him a bit more. Just see how he'd react under this type of pressure, because he's playing these numbers, but Coates has been able to coast. But these are the numbers that he's been punching in.
Require 134.
The World Masters, punching in on the Dev Tour. Is he going to punch his ticket to a third consecutive win here?
94.
He's going to leave himself on double top to do exactly that.
$84.
Smile on the face of Luke Smith. 40. He feels like his fate is about to be sealed, and it is.
And the match, Henry Coates.
A third win in succession for Henry Coates, and his best performance yet. Average in excess of 88.5. 3 games, 3 wins. Henry doing special things on the Super Series stage. A 4-1 win over Luke Smith. Coming up after the break, it is Mason Whitlock up against Alton McDyer.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where before the break, Henry Coates got the better of Luke Smith by 4 legs to 1. It is Mason Whitlock up against Alton McDyer in what is our 9th game of the session here in this Group C at the live lounge in Portsmouth. It is the apprentice up against Alton, who is looking to be the ultimate winner of this match.
First leg, it's Mason to throw first. Game on.
And if the apprentice can win this game, he'll fire himself into a 4-point cushion above those just behind him in the league table.
140.
It's worked out well for him in regards to the favourite Justin Smith, because he beat Justin Smith, then Henry Coates
90 serve.
as well a little bit later on, and he's got a good chance here, Mason Whitlock, to do what we thought would happen at the start of the day and see a bit of a clear separation in regards to the table. I thought it would appear quite early, but it could appear just after lap number 3.
58.
Well, when we were chatting this morning, we thought Henry Coates would have some real joy in this group. It's turned out that is the case, and we were wondering which one out of Justin Smith or Mason Whitlock would probably be the one to keep pace with him. And at this present moment in time, it's Mason that is making the running.
81. Mason, you require 128.
I didn't have to attack it on the 18s, that 128 Whitlock with his opponent.
50.
All the way back on 265. He's had time and space to take this opening leg out efficiently.
41. Mason, you require 78.
He's got time on his side, but he's making this a bit more tricky than perhaps he should have.
38.
He is going to come back for tops to take out leg 1.
$121. Mason, you require
Alton
40.
has left himself handy if this does not go.
Game shot on the first
Tops
leg.
is pinned,
Mason
Whitlock
Whitlock.
one up. So he used that
leg,
first
it's
up
Alton
perfectly,
to throw
didn't he, Mason?
first.
Just to
Game on.
crashing it off the barrel to find the intended target, and now he has an advantage in this contest.
100.
When you cast your mind back not long ago, when Alton McDyer was put through the absolute ringer, wasn't he, in his last game? 3-0 up against Luke Smith. Luke Smith brought it back. He stumbled over the line in the end. Got some points on the board, but now is sort of playing in a situation where he's going to be looking up ahead of him and thinking, if I want to be in those top 2, I've got to make a move here. This could get away very quickly from the players who are sort of middle of the pack.
30.
Well, he described himself as inconsistent at the start of the day, Mason Whitlock, and I don't think there's any better way of showing that than in those last 6 starts. 180.
41.
30.
As they say down the local, back to normal.
$59.
For you, what would be a good year for Mason Whitlock?
60.
Anything that's better than the last. That's all you've got to do. Just beat the year previous. A lot of times you can try punching up and start chasing things,
100.
but just be better than last year.
$100. Mason, you require 132.
A bit of champagne. Mason Whitlock isn't going to pop the cork of the 132. And so McDyer back for a turn. He's already had the 101 today.
100.
Has the man from County Mayo. And he's going to pin this. He needs to find trouble 19, double 19.
62.
Almost the perfect recovery.
Mason, you require 95.
88 left. Looked at 48 to leave tops.
39. Alton, you require 38.
Straight 4 split. Split for double 16. 2 8s.
30.
Flight was in the way.
Mason, you require 56.
Double top. Puts
Game
Mason
shot on the
Whitlock 2-0
second
up.
leg.
That
Mason
target
Whitlock.
really is responding for him today. He found a couple of them to finish off his
Third
previous
leg,
match
it's Mason to throw first.
against Justin Smith.
Game on.
And he's won his first 2 legs in this contest on that particular target. And on target for a third consecutive win.
121.
It should be noted that Whitlock and Coates don't meet until the final round of fixtures, so there's a possibility that both could be on 8 and both could be on for card completion
45.
if they are to get past the respective Smith. Henry's got Justin, Mason's got Luke.
41. 43. 134.
'Despite the odd visit that he won't like, he's been able to make severe moves in this match
140.
against Alton, who hasn't got going to the type of way that we saw him in his first couple of matches. It's felt like Whitlock has had
45.
full control of this match from the very first start.
He Mason, you require
Well, Alton's got different
106.
ideas to that situation. Trying to make a move now on the Mason
43.
Whitlock darts,
Alton, you
who
require
hasn't shaved too
93.
much off of that, left himself plenty of work to be done.
It's double 7. It's not in.
86. Mason,
I'm
you
not
require
convinced he
117.
knew what that left. I think he just knew a treble 20 would leave something. And that break of rhythm just costing him there. Tops for Mason Whitlock.
97. Alton, you
But
require
he's not completely
7.
perfect on that target. Inches away.
Game shot on the
But
third leg.
That
Alton
small
McDyer.
margin allowed Dyer back to the board. He's taken out the 7. And he has got a leg on the board. And he's got the break back as well. This game returns to throw.
Fourth leg. It's Alton to throw first. Game on. $22. 134. 140. 100. 43. 59. 140.
Well, McDyer with that 140. He's left himself at 156. Now, he said about a leg or so ago that it felt like Mason Whitlock had full control of this game.
136.
But McDyer's going to have an opportunity here to level up. But if he doesn't take out the 156, Whitlock is back to re-establish the 2-leg gap. And if he takes out the 72, he'll be
96.
3-1 up and then
requires
throwing to
72.
win this contest. Tops
52.
doesn't respond for
Alton, you
Whitlock.
require 6.
And so Alton McDyer, who was 2-0 down in this game, had to evade a dart for 3-0 against him. Has 2 in hand for 2-2, and he only needed the 1 dart at tops. And we have parity in this contest.
It's kind of the same situation of what
5th
happened
leg,
to
it's
him,
Mason
wasn't
to
it?
throw first.
Early
Game
lead
on.
evaporated. But on that occasion, it was the player who took the lead, which was Alton McDyer, who got the job done.
58.
Can Mason Whitlock do the same?
$97. $60. $39.
Been a few of those this week, haven't there? Have just come at the worst possible times. For McDyer, that is a disastrous moment to lose one to the floor.
54. $58. $99. $80. $100.
Great last start. All things considered, leads in first to a finish.
$133. Mason, you require 130.
So 130 for Whitlock. Another leads double 5. The single leaves the bull. The bullseye it is.
105.
Wasn't too far away, but far enough
Alton, you
away
require
to give
94.
McDyer a poke at this 94.
$78. Mason, you require 25.
2 8s. Double 4. It's next door to his favourite double
21.
18, but he's
Alton,
pulled
you
it
require
inside. And so Alton
16.
McDyer, who's 2-0 down, outplayed, has a chance to lead 3-2 here.
And break the throw. Big moment in this game. And he's up
on
to
the
the
5th
task.
leg. Alton
What a
McDyer.
complete turnaround this could be. He's now got the darts to try and serve this out and really play himself
6th
into
leg. It's
contention
Alton
here for
to
those
throw
top 2
first.
positions.
Game on.
A full-on figure on the face of Mason Whitlock. There might be a smile, but he's not quite beaming from ear to ear at this present moment in time. And between the ears, he might be beginning to panic.
63.
A move needs to be made early in this leg.
96. 97. 59.
He's done that shot again, Mason Whitlock, where he's left himself where a 180 is not impactful enough to leave a finish.
44.
Still 9 darts away.
$60.
And how, again, particularly over this jeopardised format of better 7, can so quickly swing on a pinhead.
140.
But it could swing back again.
180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180.
Because Whitlock with that 180 now
Olsen,
puts
you
himself
require
in a powerful
157.
position.
He needed it and he found it. Responsive darts there from Mason Whitlock.
60.
Showing a
Mason, you
real touch
require
of quality.
106.
At a moment he needed it the most.
Triple 18. Would have left double 16 for the match, and so McDyer
98.
comes
Olsen, you
back
require
looking at 97 to take this match out by a 4-2 scoreline. Double top.
Game shot.
Off
and
the
match.
barrel and in,
Olsen
and it is
McDyer.
a win for Alton McDyer. Moves him onto 4-point level with Mason Whitlock. When he trailed by 2 legs to nil in that match and Whitlock had control of it, it looked as if he was going to move on to 6. It was he and Henry Coates that were going to battle it out for supremacy. But you have to credit the resolve of Alton McDyer to conjure a way back into that match. He wins 4-2, he moves on to 4 points. It's Justin Smith and Henry Coates on the other side of this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We are 3 rounds down on this Thursday afternoon. Before the break, Alton McDyer came back from 2-0 behind to beat Mason Whitlock by 4 legs to 2. That is what we have seen in this particular Thursday afternoon's worth of darts on Pluto TV. Let's have a look at the table and see how things correlate. Henry Coates winning all 3 of his matches so far. 6 points to his name. He's top of the leaderboard. Mason Whitlock and Alton McDyer slightly back on 4. Justin Smith and Patrick Dekker both on 2 points, while Luke Smith is looking to get his first win to his name. Game 10 sees Henry Coates looking to go 4 from 4 as he takes on Justin Smith, the bearded dragon, who is looking to breathe new life into his Super Series campaign for the week. Just the 1 win, though, from his 3 games on Thursday. And it'll begin to feel like it's been a Super Series campaign for him, which just hasn't quite got going and hasn't quite gone to plan.
Justin to throw first.
And this is a man that the last time he was here,
$40.
found himself in the semi-finals, was within a whisker of a wire away from making it through to the final, losing out to
90,
Mike Warburton. And a man whose record here is as good as pretty much 90% of players you'll see here. Lost in the final of the series before to Tom Sykes, constantly knocking on the door. But this time around, it has been a showing that Justin would probably want to put to the back of his mind. Change of flights as well. He's gone back to the blue setup.
100.
Worked quite well for him actually the other day, didn't it? And sometimes just a change of things on the eye. Same shape, same sort of design. There won't be much difference in that. It'll just be how it looks within the board. And he's gone for the Pompey blue.
57.
And if you know one thing about Pompey, when they're in blue in this city, they tend to win.
54.
In their last 10 matches, Matt, 7 wins, 2 draws, 1 defeat.
100.
To the series business of the Tungsten Tussles. And Coates looking at 125. Isn't going to take it out. So Smith, who
46.
so really taken out the 104, had to take out 2 Tug Plus checkouts to win 3 of his legs against Patrick Dekker. Is he going to find another one? Just on the inside of double 16.
Henry requires 79.
Okay, the old tops 10 route, but it doesn't quite correlate for Coates.
To move across there, the darts just kick slightly to the side. That's awkward. That's quality.
On the first leg, Justin Smith.
There would have been very, very little in regards to what Justin Smith could see and go out there, which is why that's gone right up against the wire.
It's Henry to
that
throw
is
first.
picking a part within the double. And that's when you sometimes wonder, you think, why can I pick a small section in the double and hit it? But when I've got the whole area to throw it, I'm missing all the time. Maybe it's the old aim small, miss small philosophy.
Can you also, in some weird way, throw a bit of freedom in that scenario? Because
84.
I can imagine there's a bit of you at the back of your mind, you're thinking, there's no way I can find a way through, or this is tricky to get through. So you can actually throw a bit free as a consequence, or is that just theoretics that make no sense?
I mean, a lot of things you say makes no sense, but that one does have a little bit of weight to it.
100.
What really makes sense, though, is the importance here for Justin Smith to get the win, try and keep Henry Coates within the chasing pack. You don't want a runaway leader this early.
$140. Henry required 117.
Leaving himself on a 1-teen after 12. Well, the teenager isn't going to take it out. Justin Smith make the 1-1-8. This for the break in 2-0. And this would be glorious news for Mason and for Justin himself. Double 19. Brilliant.
On a second leg,
third
Justin
Ton Plus
Smith.
checkout of the day for Justin Smith. A hat-trick of 3 figure outs puts the bearded dragon 2-0 to the good.
Game on.
Doing it when it really, really matters here is Justin Smith. You will have one more game to go still today. That coming up against Alton McDyer. He'll fancy his chances here, Justin Smith, and maybe ending the day quite strong and putting himself into a real possibility of that qualification. He was the favourite before a dart was thrown. These were the top two in regards to the
71.
betting. And as expected, this being quite a battle.
140.
I'll tell you what a win here for Justin Smith would do. It put Ultimate Dyer in a position to move on to 6 points if he could beat Patrick Dekker. Alternatively, you could have the top 5 players all within 2 points of one another and Luke Smith detached to the bottom of the table. Suddenly, what looked like what could be a routine Group C for a couple of players is becoming a little bit more interesting. On the subject of interesting,
108.
the first match to Henry Coates.
Justin, you require
He's fifth of the day.
127.
Not again.
79. Henry, you require 80.
2 10s for 2-1. And a
Game
route
shot on
back
the
into
third
this
leg,
match for
Henry
Henry Coates.
Fourth leg, it's Henry to throw first. Game on. $100.
Also is
140.
interesting, just having a look at the setup of Henry Coates. For someone so young, it does look like a very old school type set. The type of setup that you probably would have seen a player throw in terms of the particularly the stem and the flight, probably around about 15 years ago.
140.
Simple and unassuming.
100.
The more simple it can be, the easier it is, though.
We see players, particularly younger players, if darts that
57.
look almost like an accessory, so appealing on the eye. But it's a setup that works for him and works tremendously for Henry Coates.
Justin, you require
It wouldn't surprise me it's not too
164.
far off the type of set that he would have began playing with, and he basically kept to as similar an MO as he possibly could.
93.
Big pick off that last one there for Justin Smith. Things could have got very sticky for him here, and they still may. Nice setup play as well
136.
from Henry Coates.
Justin, you
Ask
require
Justin Smith the
71.
question. That's a big find. Gives him 2 darts at the double. A preferred area of the board for Justin Smith.
39. Henry, you require
Well
45.
thrown. But it's now over to Henry Coates to level us up.
Game shot of fourth leg.
Level he
Henry
will.
Coates.
Justin Smith had an opportunity in the previous leg at the boards on the back of the 1-2-7
Fifth leg,
to
it's Justin to throw
open up a
first.
3-0 lead.
Game on.
Henry Coates has rallied back a couple of legs. 2-2 it is, and this game up in the offing.
100. $85.
Well, today, Henry Coates has been eat, sleep, breathing a mid to high 80s average.
60.
87, 87 for his first 2 games, 88 in his third and 88 here.
100.
You know, we talk about players with very small range. I don't think I've ever seen a campaign where somebody that close in terms of 4 individual averages as what Henry is right now.
97. $57. 59.
This is where you're thinking, praying, hoping for a double treble visit.
100. Henry require 160.
Another. Would have left tops, and so Smith may just be another poke at the
Justin, you
ball to
require
move on to 3
84.
legs in this match. He's got the bonus of 2 at double 12. The dart wasn't quite
Game
set in
shot
his
of
hand, but then
fifth
once he
leg,
released
Justin
it, he
Smith.
found his intended target. The double 12 goes. Justin Smith leads 3-2. And if he
Sixth
can
leg,
pick up
it's
one
Henry to
more,
throw first.
then this
Game
group
on.
could become very interesting very quickly.
100.
Coates on throw responds to that particular setback with a max.
100.
You say respond. I think that's been a very good way to describe Henry Coates today. Responsive darts, and this is as good as it gets. It gets no better.
100.
He's
Henry
already
require
threatened it once
141.
today. And just like in his previous attempt, dart 7 goes amiss. But what he has done is leave himself in a position where he's on for an 11 darter to take us all the way.
92. Henry requires 62.
Double top.
Game shot on
12
a stick
darter.
flag. Henry Coates.
Magnificent from Henry Coates, so we go all the way.
7 from final leg. It's Justin to throw first. Game on. 100. 40. 128. 45. 134.
Well, credit to Justin Smith. He got hit by a 12 darter the previous leg by Henry Coates, but has responded tremendously.
100. Justin, you require 139.
And he's got 6 darts here from 139 to get over the line. He's going to need the full complement of darts to do exactly
39.
that. And guess what? He's on for another potential 3-figure out.
59. Justin, you
But he had the
require
ton
100.
today. If he gets it here, he wins the match. 2 at tops.
Game shot. And the
Justin
match.
Smith
Justin
makes
Smith.
life interesting in this Group C. Henry Coates has been kept on 6 points. And for Justin Smith, he leapfrogs himself into 2nd position. An average in excess of 91. Another couple of ton-plus checkouts for him. As for Henry Coates, well, he had that 12 darter to take us all the way, but then Justin Smith responded with a 14 of his own to win for free. Coming up after the break, Alton McDyer against Patrick Dekker.
$54. Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Justin Smith got the better of Henry Coates by 4 legs to 3, including a couple of ton plus checkouts. He's now had 4 for the day, has the bearded dragon. Match 11 sees Alton McDyer and Patrick Dekker go toe-to-toe on the famous and fabled Live Lounge stage. These two playing for the 4th time against one another this week. And in terms of their personal head-to-heads in the previous 3 meetings that they've had, it is 3-0 in the favour of Patrick Dekker, the Dutchman winning 4-1 on Monday, and then a pair of 4-2 wins on Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively, means that he has an unassailable lead in the head-to-head for the week. But who is going to
First
triumph
leg, it's
in
Alton to throw
our
first.
11th game of this
Game
Group
on.
C session here, the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Alton's had, would it be fair to say, even though he's won 2 out of 3, a day where the good bits have been really good, but there's been just 1 or 2 off
140.
moments as well.
Yeah, it's kind of been what we saw in the Group A campaign as well, hasn't it, from McDyer? If anything, I'd say he's been a little bit better than what we've seen in his Group A.
66.
Which, just following that traditional line of debutants that really use that Group A campaign to find the improvements. Someone who'll probably feel comfortable on the stage with, Patrick Dekker, someone who's played for the
64.
last 3 days in a row. But Patrick Dekker was so good, wasn't he, in that last game? Averaged just shy of 95, maybe the moment he arrives on the Super Series stage.
125.
And that 95 was a slide down from what he was producing around about 5 legs into that match, where he was over the ton mark. And over the ton mark by a few
81.
points. These are 2 players that have shown they've got
41.
high ceilings at points this week, but haven't been able to do it as consistently as perhaps they would like, which is not a surprise. We see it from many debutants here at the Super Series.
60. $95. Alton, you require 156.
So Dyer looking at 156 and 6 darts from here to take the first leg. Another one of them just strays the other side of the wire.
82. $77. Alton, you require 74.
Dyer back for 74 to take the opening leg of this contest. 63 left, and he has seen the Dekkers on a 2 darter, so he will go 13 ball. The treble's a bonus because it leaves himself double 12, and he finds the double 12.
Leg, Alton
And he
McDyer.
finds himself a leg to the goods.
Second leg, it's Patrick to throw first.
Having a look at the stats
Game on.
for the pair today. Patrick, 82.15 his average. Had 3 ton plus checkouts, 156, 101 and the 110. 3 180s to his name.
58.
And his finishing is ultra impressive. Perhaps not a surprise because 3 of his 8 legs have been won with ton plus checkouts. 8 from 18, 44% in terms of his finishing. But Alton's is even better than that. An overall average for the day of 81.37. And in terms of his finishing today, prior to this match getting underway, was 8 from 16 on his doubles, 50%. And because he took that finish of his first dart, you can make that 9 from 17 in terms of his doubles for the day so far. And when you compare that to
58,
the numbers that they put in for Group A, Dyer had an average of 78.13 and 28%. Dekker 80.86 and 26%. It goes to prove that the theory is right, that these 2 players have improved today, have found something today that perhaps they weren't able to do so on as consistent a basis as they did in Group A.
96. Patrick, you require 170.
Dekker looking at 170 to level up at 1 apiece. Not this time, but he has got 6.
96. $83. Patrick, you require 74.
To level it up. Solid leg here from Dekker. May have to go 13 bull here. Dismiss the 13 as well. 2 slack darts there on the single numbers.
34.
Gives Dyer a little
Alton,
bit of an opportunity.
164.
Triple 18. Bullseye. Magnificent from Alton McDyer.
Alton McDyer.
The highlight of his week. His best finish of the week. The
Third
best
leg,
finish of the week.
Alton to throw first.
And it fires him into a 2-0 lead when his opponent was staring at tops to level up at 1 apiece.
$119.
In the words of the late, great Nigel Pearson, where's he found that from?
60.
Patrick will feel decked by that finish.
$48.
Could really play him into contention here, though, in the table.
95.
Because we are starting to get to that point where there's not really any consistency in the results. Everyone's beating everybody. Makes for a very entertaining, intriguing Group C.
60.
Which I'm sure you're all enjoying on Pluto TV. We'll be back at 10 o'clock tonight when Shane McGurk will kick off his campaign in Group B, the newly crowned Lakeside champion. Intrigued to see how Shane gets on. He was magnificent in winning that championship at Frimley Green in December, and a really
77.
popular champion, even though everybody, I think, was kind of rooting for Paul Lim. He actually admitted that, didn't he, in his winner's interview on stage, that he knew that the crowd were going to be with Paul Lim and the public were going to be with Paul Lim, but it was something that he was willing to accept. But winning a title like that comes with different pressures and different expectations. The eyeballs of many will be on him more than perhaps they ever have been
60.
before. And particularly on a night like tonight.
$45. Alton, you require 137.
Well, McDyer looking here at 137 to open up a 3-love lead in this contest, not to be on this occasion. And so Dekker is going to have a look at the 156.
$89. Patrick, you require 156. $60. Alton, you require 48.
So McDyer for 3-0, looking at 48. It's double top. Now 10s. Free love
It's on
McDyer.
the third leg, Alton McDyer.
Cruising. But he's been here before, hasn't he? He was
Fourth
3-0
leg,
up
it's
against Luke
Patrick
Smith,
to
and
throw
Luke Smith
first.
started hitting back strong,
Game
took him
on.
all the way to a deciding leg. He got over the line in the end. But if he can see this out, victory here will move him into a qualifying place in the temporary
6.
live in-play table.
You said exactly this point yesterday. That for Alton and Patrick, Group A did not go to plan. But how quickly
97.
things can change when you are pitted into a Group C scenario. And for Alton McDyer, who very quickly, both of these players very quickly found themselves cut adrift of everybody else in this group. But for Alton, he's managed to lick his
140.
wounds very quickly. And as you mentioned, he wins this. He's into second position. And probably for the first time this week, he'll probably feel glass half full about qualifying
85.
for Saturday all of a sudden. That's how quickly the psyche and the mind can change in this format.
$81. $108.
Just when Patrick thought he might have a leg where he could get some joy, his opponent piles in a max.
Well, that's twice, hasn't it? Patrick thought he had some joy earlier on, and McDyer found that 164 finish. He's found some moments of brilliance here when
100. Alton, you require
Patrick ultimately thinks he may
139.
be about to bet a bit of a move.
And it has felt like ever since that 164, Patrick has just been hit by the haymaker and has struggled to
97.
really
Patrick, you require
respond to it.
120.
But has a chance here to respond with a ton plus check-in of his own. And if he gets this, him and Justin Smith will both have 4 ton plus checkouts for the day. But the 120 is a miss, and so McDyer 42 to win it.
He's 3 from 4 on the doubles in this game, McDyer.
44. Alton, you require
So-
42.
The stats to now suggest that this is going to go.
He's been so good on his doubles all day long. 50% going into this match. But a misstray there means that he's left himself on 27. Probably be 11 for double 8. It is 11 double 8. And it's a
Big
win
shot
for
and the
Alton
match.
McDyer
Alton McDyer.
that puts him into the qualification places. That 164 really was the turning point of the match. It was for a 2-0 lead. Dekker was sat waiting to square the match up. And for Alton McDyer, there's been a big improvement today, particularly in terms of his doubling. It was at 50% going into this match, 4 from 5 in that match. And Patrick Dekker did not get a chance at all to get a go at a double to win a leg. Luke Smith against Whitlock. Mason Whitlock next.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super
Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Whitlock.
Welcome back, where the steps lead to success here at the MODUS Live Lounge. And before the break, we saw success for Ultimate Dyer, a 4-0 victory against Patrick Dekker. Game 12 sees Mason Whitlock and Luke Smith battle it out on the world-famous MODUS Live Lounge stage. For Mason, a win here would put him on to 6 points. He won his first 2 matches, but went 2-0 up against Ultimate Dyer, but would lose 4 in succession. A 4-2 defeat for him last time out. Means he somewhat finds himself on the back foot again ahead of this meeting with Luke Smith, the Skywalker. Can it be the Skywalker, or
53.
am I overthinking it?
100.
I think what the players will be thinking about, though, is that league table. For Luke Smith, he's already lost 3 games now. Another defeat here will pretty much rule his chances out in regards to a qualification. So maybe less chance of losing in regards to that. And we know that he's certainly capable of stringing some stuff together early on. A run of 15, 15 and 16 dart legs.
125.
Putting back into a game from 3-0 down. But Mason Whitlock, he all started so well. Back-to-back victories at the start of the day. But he got to try and keep pace now with those players at the top of the table because the points are starting to add up.
And with this group now becoming much, much tighter, any slip-up is going to be magnified.
140. $79. Mason, you require
Really clattered into the back of the
136.
equipment there, causing the deflection. Another one of those. For double 8.
120. Luke, you require 94.
Well, he's had a dart to win this leg, and now he may have to sit in the background. Well, Luke Smith having a look at triple 18. Now, that looked obscured by the flight of dart 1. I'm going to be honest,
16.
I see that angle
Mason,
in terms of what he would have had to aim at. He
16.
wasn't sure. I personally would have gone for the children just to give yourself an open bed to go for double
shot on the
15.
first
But
leg.
Mason Whitlock
Whitlock.
nonetheless finds the double 4 for 14 dart and a 1-0 lead.
And the most important thing about all that is the break of throw.
To throw first.
It's now
Game
in his
on.
hands. It's now in his control here to try and move on and get the very much needed points. But
41.
he's never really looked comfortable in the lead, has he, Mason Whitlock? Not really looked like a Very good front runner at times.
$75. 140.
Made sure of that one, didn't he? Put an extra bit of venom into that last start.
$42.
Well, having broken in the first leg, Whitlock is looking to stretch his lead in this contest.
$100.
But there hasn't quite been a comfortability about his game at points today. I'd imagine if he comes out of today with the maximum amount of points he could, he would say that he's made hard work of it.
33.
He'd probably agree with that sentiment.
Well, you don't need to be a lip reader to know that was a
42.
wow. Wasn't happy with dart number 2 there. Luke Smith left himself with plenty of work to do just to get to a finish.
79.
Last dart saves it there for Mason Whitlock, keeps him in control.
$82. Mason, you require 108.
108. Well, still a possibility. The bullseye.
83. Luke, you require 106.
Give Luke Smith the full respect there with him sat on a finish.
$40. Mason, you require 25.
Choices. Ops for double 12.
19.
Maybe the wrong option.
Luke,
A
you
long way off with
require
those two, and now
120.
in a little bit of a tricky area of the board. That is, if he comes back, he will.
$22. Mason, you require 6. Game shot on the second leg.
2-0
Mason
Whitlock.
Whitlock.
He knows where the camera is.
Third leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
And that could almost be a bit of a relief of tension as well, because he would have seen Luke Smith coming back at him. And
60.
he knows that that could have been more awkward, or this game could be far more awkward than what it actually is. He's 2-0 up, but he's not, by any stretch of the imagination,
100.
comfortable in this game.
Well, this is the leg where he can buy himself a bit of comfort, because a breaker throw here would give him the double break, would mean that he's got 4 opportunities
43.
to get the job done, get the points on the board, and put himself back into a qualifying position, which is something we've said quite a lot as this group has flip-flopped in regards to which players are in those top 2 positions.
$85.
I think this would be a disappointment for Mason. He's found the second one there.
135.
But there's been a few occasions today where he's found that first treble with his first dart perfectly, but he hasn't been able to follow it as much as perhaps he would like.
81. $56. $47.
Well, going into the back end of this leg, it's like Mason Whitlock's got the darts now. He's won the advantage of throw going into the final 6. What's happened on
99.
the front 15? Knows he'll be coming back, knows that was a set-up shot.
90. Mason,
Nice
you
pick off
require
there in the last start for
78.
Luke Smith.
Again, making life interesting for Mason. This breakdown didn't work in the previous
It's on
leg,
the
but it
third
works
leg.
there.
Mason Whitlock. Fourth leg, it's Mason to throw first. Game on.
Well, I don't know what he said there, but he's certainly enjoying himself, is Mason Whitlock.
60.
This is the point
85.
when Luke Smith played Ultimate Dyer that he actually started to play incredibly good darts. 3-0 down, 15, 15, 16 dart legs.
57.
There's been no sign of it yet, but there was certainly no sign of it then. At the time that happened, he was averaging sub 50.
85.
That's an inviting dart though, isn't it, therefore, Mason? And that's why you get the reaction when dart 2 and 3 doesn't go well. Sometimes when you expect more, when you've had a dart that you like, when it looks inviting and you don't cash it in.
140.
Well, sadly here, Luke Smith has taken the Mason Whitlock darts.
140.
Both players have a set-up turn.
$84.
Real disappointment with the last one, because even if he just stayed straight, he would have been on a 2-darter. Whitlock here has found a bit of a purple patch over the last couple of visits.
140.
And back-to-back 140s
Victory
leaves
require
himself on 74 to
107.
win it if Smith cannot oblige here.
Treble required. Not found. So as long as Mason stays straight here and in the corridors he should be getting a match dart.
47.
He'll
Mason
be hoping
requires
he gets
74.
2.
And they put him back into the top 2. Double 10 to get the
It's
job
your
done. And it's
man of the
another
match,
double-double
Mason Whitlock.
to win a match for Mason Whitlock. That one not intentional, but he now moves on to 6 points in the group and he puts himself back into a provisional qualification position. And he will take on Henry Coates in the last game to end the day with 8 points to his name. Coming up after the break, Ultimate Dyer and Justin Smith begin the last round.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's the moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George, you require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're about to begin our final round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. And the league table looks as follows. 3 players tied on 6 points. Henry Coates, Mason Whitlock and Alton Dyer. Justin Smith just a bit further back on 4. Patrick Dekker on 2. And Luke Smith without a win to his name. The bottom 2 will go head-to-head in the last game. The top 2 will go head-to-head in game 14. We now have the 2 players prized in the middle portion of the table going head-to-head in this one as Alton Dyer takes on Justin Smith. For Dyer, well, it's been a much better day today. As far as he's concerned, his doubling in particular has been a real highlight of his. He was just 28% in his opening 3 days, his opening Group A. But today, it is well in excess of 50%. Up against Justin Smith, for whom today's kind of felt like the other 3 days recurring.
Yeah, more of the same, and that's inconsistency, and that's going to
First
frustrate
leg,
Justin
it's Alton
Smith.
to throw first. Game on.
Sets very high standards for himself. But this is a game where he's been able to play with a little bit of freedom. Both players quick to the hockey, quick with the delivery. It's a game they'll both enjoy, and it's a game that may bring the best out from the pair of them as we move into
41.
the final lap of fixtures and really see that table get ready for an overnight shaping.
60.
Yeah, this will be the first part of a frenetic Friday here. Or frantic Friday. Got my words mixed up there. We'll kick off at 1 o'clock tomorrow on Pluto TV. The Friday night session will be with you from 10, and then it is the finals on Saturday evening, 7:30. We will
85.
kick start our coverage. All about jostling for position in this particular match.
100. $58. $96.
Dyer's to get first poke at a finish, but
Alton, you require 164.
Justin Smith is hot on his heels.
He took this out earlier on, didn't he, McDyer? The 164 finish, the best finish we've seen so far in this group. They've actually both come from
84.
McDyer
Justin,
and
you
Patrick
require
Dekker.
158.
164 and the 156 respectively.
98. Alton, you
So
require
McDyer to
80.
draw first blood in this contest. Looking at 80. 20 for tops. But it's going to be a small portion towards the left-hand side to aim at.
40.
Above the wire
Justin,
it
you
goes.
require
And
60.
so Smith will return for 60 to get a break in the opening leg. And again, he has to shuffle to the left. Open target. Not
40.
seized upon.
Alton, you require 40. $20. Justin, you require 20.
Early opportunities
Game shot on the
taken
first
by
leg.
Justin Smith. Break a throw. That will put him favourite
Second
now
leg,
to go
it's
on to win
Justin
this
to the
game
row
and
first.
potentially
on.
move on to 6 points alongside the top two.
There is a guarantee somebody is going to be top on 8 overnight because
45.
Whitlock and Coates go head-to-head in the next. But for Ultimate Dyer, if he could win this game,
41.
he'd be on 8 points overnight. What an opportunity he would then have going into tomorrow to qualify for Saturday on his
140.
debut.
$45. 85.
More like it.
140.
And that 140 just keeps Justin Smith on his toes in this leg.
64.
Smith leads himself on
82.
167 to double his advantage to 2-0. Down for trouble 19. Didn't have to go for it in any instance anyway.
139.
He's going to come back for double 14, straight down the middle of the board. As Chris Mason would say, straight down the pipe.
139. Justin, you require 28. Game shot on
And
the second
into
leg.
a
Justin
2-0
Smith.
lead, Justin Smith.
Third leg, it's Alton to throw first. Game on. $26.
And that's a big invitation now for Justin Smith to make a move.
60. $60. 58. 81. 60. 81. 100.
Good time in there with a 140 for McDyer, his second of the game. Leaves him within just one treble range of a finish and getting his first leg on the board.
13.
Looking at 113 to do exactly that. 219. Not found. Well, Ultimate Dyer took out this 164 earlier on this afternoon. Is Justin Smith going to hit where McDyer would find it hurtful? Not this time.
40. Alton, you require 54.
So 54 to bring it back to 2-1. tops for McDyer.
34.
Doesn't go, and so Justin
Justin,
Smith
you
will come
require
back for the 1-2-4 to get the
124.
break and to lead 3-0. 2-18 for the Bull. Bullseye for the Bearded Dragon. Would have been to a
93.
further restricted
Alton, you
Alton
require
McDyer in this
20.
match.
That's been his key strength this campaign so far. The tumbleless checkouts, 4 of them already. Justin Smith couldn't find the 5,
score.
and McDyer couldn't find the double 5.
Justin, you require 31.
Justin Smith be expecting 2 darts here for the double break of throw.
$23. Alton, you require 20.
So 2 10s for Alton McDyer to bring it back to 2-1. Well, he got
Game shot
closer,
of third
didn't he, with every
leg.
single
Alton
dart,
McDyer.
and eventually McDyer finds a way in. Back
Fourth
to
leg,
2-1.
it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
These two now at elbows length.
$125. $60. $121.
Solid darts for Smith. Looking to hold that advantage of throw.
100. $40. $97. $92.
Well, he's had 4 top plus
44.
checkouts.
Justin, you require
Is the 5th one as easy as
123.
1, 2, 3? Doesn't have to go treble 18 ball, and so he'll stay there sensibly. And he'll
91.
leave himself on 32 upon his return to make it 3-1.
$81. Justin, you require 32.
32.
No score.
Does not go, and so
Alton,
McDyer
you
is back
require
for the 119 to
119.
equalise this match back up at 2 apiece. Justin Smith shakes his head. And he may be pegged back level in a few moments' time.
$79. Justin, you require
Diley's
32.
tops, Smith. 3 more in his hand, a double 16 to make it 3-1.
Game
it
shot of
goes.
4th leg. Justin Smith.
In it goes, and Justin Smith goes 3-1 to the goods.
5th leg, it's Alton to throw first. Game on. $100. $140. $80. $140.
But Justin Smith beginning to close in and beginning to complete the job now.
Yeah, when he's playing well, it's the power scoring, isn't it? That's the real asset of Justin Smith, and that's what he's
60.
finding right now. Back-to-back 140s. As he's looking to confirm the job here over McDyer and put himself,
57.
certainly in regards to points, in a qualifying position.
Well, he's going to have a crack at the 164 that Ultimate Dyer took out earlier on today.
85. Justin, you require 164.
Doesn't have to go for it because McDyer's not on a finish.
60. $134. Justin, you require 104.
104 has already been taken out by Justin Smith today. Able to take it that time, and so McDyer will return for 42 to bring it back to 3-2 and to force Justin Smith to serve the match out. It's double top.
I like this play because that wasn't an ideal first start there. Just dragged it low, very close to the double, just having a moment trying to compose himself, and does the delivery.
On the fifth leg, Alton McDyer.
A very, very good performance there from McDyer.
Sixth leg, it's just into
Sometimes
the
you can rush yourself into a situation when you snatch at a dart and you just sort of try and go with it. And when you're trying to get a double 20 where you've got to look at the height of the dart, very easy to drag that one low and follow the same MO.
Justin Smith
41.
being forced to serve this game out here. McDyer, well, he did have that situation, did he, where he was 2 legs down to Mason Whitlock
123.
a couple of games ago, and he was able to muster up a comeback from a couple of legs behind. That's exactly what he's looking at doing here.
100.
Justin Smith trying to shut him off as quickly as possible.
60. $60. 65.
25 leaves himself on the fish to seal this match by 4 legs to 2.
96. Justin, you require 170.
Another. Didn't ever have to contemplate the ball anyway if that was the case,
98.
but one can dream. He'll be dreaming of 6 points overnight, which will put him in play whatever happens in the next match between Coates and Whitlock.
78. Justin, you require 72.
A darts to win it 4-1. He's going to have a dart to win it 4-2.
40.
But the double 60 goes
Alton,
wide
you
of the
require
mark.
126.
He's got a nice guide there, but he's not going to utilise it. And so
58.
Justin
you
Smith to
require
eventually
32.
finish up on 6 points overnight. He's looking at double 16 and now double 8.
24. Alton, you require 68.
Well, it's presented a chance here for McDyer, but it's only going to be a dart at the bull.
21.
Goes low. Smith for the match. Double 4. He's had
Justin, you require
copious
8.
opportunities to complete this match. Double 2.
4.
The misses continue
Alton,
and
you
they
require
continue to
47.
multiply.
3 from 20 now, Justin Smith, in regards to the doubles. This is for a breaker throw for McDyer.
27. Justin, you require 4.
2 twos for 4-2. How
No
many more
score.
chances does Justin Smith want to win
Alton,
this
you
match?
require 20.
He's 3 from 23. There's a couple of handfuls in this leg to win it.
Game shot on the
Well, this
sixth
is
leg.
incredible.
Alton McDyer.
Oh, wow, he says. Justin Smith knows that he should be out of it. He should be getting his coat and he should be heading back to his hotel.
Game on.
But he's being forced to play one more leg of darts. And he looks absolutely thrilled to be playing it.
McDyer would have seen all of that happening.
140.
It's giving him the confidence here to know that he's got his man beat. Can he keep him down?
140.
Coming out swinging though, Justin Smith.
$60. $60. $58. $60. $100.
Nice pick up there to get himself down to a finish. Smith needs a treble here. Doesn't find 6
Alton,
darts
you
now for
require
McDyer to turn this one
143.
around and really punish all those mismatched darts from Justin Smith.
And this would put Alton McDyer onto 8 points and it would put him
61.
top of Group C. Smith
123.
He's had an opportunity upon
Alton, you
opportunity to win
require
this match. He may
82.
get one more depending on what happens here. But Alton McDyer is going to get a match start of his own on the back of the 82. At least he should. That makes live ball tricky. 4 scored, 78 left. Well, Justin Smith's got one more chance to get
56.
himself out of jail.
Justin, you require 58.
He should have been home and hosed ages ago. He's got more match darts. He
Game
finally
shot, and the
finds
match.
double 10.
Justin Smith.
Hallelujah, he says. A real feel of relief from Justin Smith. He's got out of today with 6 points to his name. Just about gets out of here with 6 points to his name. Hard work for the bearded dragon from Wales, but he's in the equation when it comes to tomorrow. Next up, Whitlock against Coates.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen.
the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. This is the table as we approach game 14 of our session. As you can see, 3 players tied on 6 points following Justin Smith's win before the break against Ultimate Dyer. Sorry, 4 players on 6 points after Justin Smith's win against Ultimate Dyer before the break. The winner of this match between Henry Coates and Mason Whitlock will top the table on 8 points overnight going into Friday's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Henry has been the player of the day, and perhaps for the first time ever here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, we can say the words, Henry is doing a good job. Up against Mason Whitlock, for whom a victory here will move him on to 8 points and will put him in command. And importantly as well, these two will meet in the first game
leg, it's Mason to
Friday's
first.
action here at the Super
Game
Series. It's a top of the table clash to round off each other's day.
$58.
Sort of feel on the
81.
balance of play and the evidence of what we've seen so far that Henry Coates is a deserved player to be a player who would top the table today. But sometimes, certainly in
59.
round-robin formats, you don't always get the position that the play deserves. And if he isn't to get this victory here, he won't be taking the top position overnight. But this is what he's been producing all day. I do think he'll go off favourite when the odds come out tomorrow in regards to players to top the group.
Well, we thought 2-1, didn't we, before a dart was thrown was way too big for a player with the caliber and capability of Henry, and he's showing exactly that here.
$44.
Well, 6 darts here for the break in the opening leg. Needs a farm at some point in the game, so one you get out of the way with from the get-go. And he's left himself tops after 12 to do exactly that.
42. Henry require 40.
And he has got time and space to take this opening leg
shot
out.
of first
13
leg,
darter.
Henry Coates.
Instant statement of intent. Henry's one up.
Second leg, it's Henry to throw first. Game on. 100.
Well, a win here would make Henry the king on 8 points overnight going into Friday's action.
58. 100. 43. 57. 84. 128.
Just taking it all in his stride, isn't he, Henry Coates? Just
125.
coasting
Henry
through the
require
games with quality.
116.
There's going to be a touch of quality here. Tops for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second leg. Henry Coates.
Well, it's the only thing that's been missing from Henry Coates' collection today. A tub plus checkout for
Third leg, it's Mason
116
to the row
for this
first.
18-year-old talent to move 2-0 to the good against Mason Whitlock.
81. 80.
What we like to call in the trade as a Robin Hood.
96.
We're being enforced to make some running repairs after that. Well, he's saving his best performance here till last, averaging in excess of 107.
60.
'That's amazing. Whitlock, he
45.
hasn't been able to have a look in this game. He was denied by a 13 darter in leg 1. Then it was a 15 darter in leg 2
94.
for Henry. And Coates will feel like if he could score well in this visit, he'd have 6 darts.
59.
But just slightly
Mason,
off
you
the pace
require
there. Whitlock has got
170.
6 here from the big fish. Doesn't have to. But does he? Of course he does. He's a showman.
139. 57. Mason, you require 31.
Well, this, to reduce the gap, double 8. Makes it
Game shot on
2-1.
the third leg. Mason
Just
Whitlock.
keeps Coates guessing. Just puts that
Fourth leg. It's Henry to throw
little
first.
bit of doubt in the back
Game
of the
on.
mind, or just creep a bit of doubt in his mind.
57.
And 2-0 we've seen, not just today, but all week long, has been a very dangerous lead for players.
96. 60. 100. 108.
Beautiful grouping, tightly compact there from Henry Coates, firing in his second maximum of this game. His 9th of the day. This is his debut.
45.
It might be the first time we've seen him on this stage.
66.
But I think we're going to see a lot more of him as 2025 develops. And I think we're going to see a lot of this young man on many, many of the world's biggest stages.
60.
If he continues
Henry
to
require
develop at the rate of knots that
138.
he is. 6 darts at 138. Now one of them. Moved across for treble 10.
80.
Or treble 15, shall I say, with dart 2. Although it went wide into the 10. Comes back for 58 to open up a 2-leg gap.
60. Henry require 58.
For 3-1. Double 10.
Game shot on a fourth
Mason
leg.
Whitlock
Henry
nodded his
Coates.
head in the background. He expected that to go, and it did. Leg away.
Fifth leg. It's
From
Mason to throw
4
first.
wins and 5
Game
to
on.
end the opening day's action here.
123. $82. $45. $140. $46. $96.
Well, Henry here averaging
62.
94 and 6 starts away from finishing his first Super Series day with 8 points to his
134.
name, and he is on the cusp. Looks like Mason's just ran out a little bit of steam as the day's come to a close. Looks like he's going to end on 6 points, but
100.
end
Henry
in
require
second position
49.
in the league table. This for 4-1 win, double 8. Doesn't go.
33. Mason, you require 125.
Triple 20 tops. Decided to stay there. Decided to go ball.
65. Henry, you require 16.
Double 8, and now double 4.
Game shot.
Have we
and the
got
match.
another
Henry
teenage
Coates.
sensation on our hands here at the Super Series? Henry Coates, the 18-year-old, has won 4 from 5 on his first day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth to put him top of Group C. That's how he's done it. A 4-1 win, averaging in excess of 90, 4 from 9 in his doubles. The first couple of legs, 1 in 13 and 15, managed to rally on from that point onwards. Patrick Dekker takes on Luke Smith. It's our final match. It's live, exclusive, next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've got one more game to complete in this Group C session, and it's Luke Smith up against Patrick Dekker. These two bottom of the table. Luke looking for his first win. Patrick looking to move himself on 4 points. If Patrick wins this game, he would find himself in a couple of points of qualification. Actually, if he did the double in this fixture, be level on points of a qualification spot, because this will be the first game tomorrow afternoon. So an important few moments here for
First leg,
the
it's
Dutchman.
Patrick
As for
to throw
Luke,
first.
I just get the
Game
sense that he'll just want to get that elusive win. He didn't pick one up on his previous trip here. He hasn't got one yet. You just feel like he just wants to get a win somehow at some point.
100.
And I don't think this is the game he'd want to face right now, because I think Patrick Dekker's been showing some signs of improvement today, and certainly some consistency around that treble 20.
97.
Luke Smith been in and out of form throughout the day, but when he's been on, he has looked very good.
60.
Well, a very
134.
bright start here from Luke Smith. When he was playing well, he was throwing through to the board with a bit of purpose in that action.
40.
Just start to play him up at times a little bit, just pull a little bit short, but not an issue here in the early goings.
42.
Looking to try and get a breaker throw off Patrick here at the earliest possibility. One thing Luke's not really done since the very first leg of the day is lead a match.
59.
But he's got 6 darts from this point to do exactly that here.
140.
This has actually been a really good leg from Luke. We saw some good things against Ultimate Dyer, the couple of 15s and a 16.
140. Luke, you require 80.
When he's on, isn't he, Luke Smith? 18 for the bull. He has struggled with these switches at times, but he's not going for the 18 and bull. It's either
48.
not in his game plan
Patrick,
to do
you
those sort of
require
shots, or he doesn't think
102.
Patrick Dekker's going to take 102.
Man who's taken out 156, 101 and 110 today. Oh, this would be punishment. Oh, this would be punishment.
70. Luke, you require 40.
I'm looking at the reaction of Luke Smith at the back of the stage shaking his head. I think that was more a case of he didn't think Patrick was going to hit before that first dart went in the treble 20. One dart left in hand for Luke Smith. Moves across. Doesn't
30.
find it.
Patrick, you require 32.
Now, Dekker's been in the background for the most part of this leg. Moving fine, double 16. He'll move a leg to the goods. One left.
No score. Luke, you require 10.
Double 5 for Luke Smith.
No score. Patrick, you require 32. Game shot on the first leg, Patrick Dekker.
That's one tick in the box there for Patrick Dekker. Luke Smith had opportunities, 6 darts there to get the breaker
Second
throw.
leg, it's Luke to throw
Wasn't
first.
able to cash it in, and
Game on.
well, when we look at the last match, Luke Smith didn't even give a dart at a double, and maybe that just being a bit of lag there in regards to the amount of time it's been since he's had a competitive throw at the outer ring.
60.
Well, both players didn't get a dart at a double in 4-0 drubbings the last time they played.
Well, the last time Luke Smith was able to get a throw at a double was about 7 games ago, which is well over an hour and a half. We're looking an hour and a half to 2 hours since he's thrown competitively out the outer ring.
57. $98. $123. $100. $55. $100. $90.
Nice pick off there for Luke Smith.
Patrick, you require 143.
It's him within range. He's going to get a go. This is to hold the throw here for Luke
60.
Smith.
Luke, you require 116.
If he's going to have any hope tomorrow, he's going to have to win this match. This could be a good way to start making the move.
76.
Well, Tots does a
Patrick,
go.
you
Dekker
require 83.
looking at 2-0, looking at 83. He's going to get a couple of darts in his hand at double 16.
Game shot on the
And he
second
gets the
leg,
break.
Patrick Dekker.
Gives us a bit of a snarl into the camera. Dekker 2-0 up.
Third leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
That seemed more like a look of relief, didn't it, from Patrick Dekker? Whatever it was, it's an opportunity now, isn't it, for Patrick? 2-0 up, breaker throw. Looking good. Chance to get on to 4 points and keep himself in with a chance of qualifying out of this group.
60. $96. $46.
Well, it was a strong start for Luke Smith, but he's not really recovered from all those missed doubles. And I suppose when you've had the day like he has and you've lost those 4 games, that when you have that sort of setback when you're so close, it can ultimately just knock you out of your stride. And Patrick Dekker now just starting to go through the gears and cashing in the opportunity.
96. $83.
He's looking at 88 here, Patrick, to open up a 3-0 lead in this game.
140. Patrick, you require 88.
Well, Luke there has left himself on a bogey. To allow Patrick
48.
to manoeuvre the 88 perhaps differently than perhaps he would have.
$89. Patrick, you require 40.
Tops.
No score. Luke, you require 70. $45. Patrick, you require 40.
Double top for Patrick Dekker.
Game shot on the
Clipped off the
third
barrel,
leg.
and
Patrick
Dekker is 3-0 to the good.
Yeah, the miss actually helped him there, didn't it? Because I don't think that was originally on
flag.
course
It's
there,
Luke to
clattering
throw
into the
first.
equipment, and
Game on.
be very happy with where it's landed. A leg away from being on 4 points, and could be quite a good scoreline here as well in regards to the leg difference.
100.
Luke Smith only lost one game today by 4 legs to 0. That was to Mason Whitlock. Everybody else, he's took legs off.
And everybody else has got a
100.
decent leg difference. If Patrick wins this game 4-0, he'll be on 4 points minus 3. The 3 players on 6 points all have +2 in the legs difference column.
58.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. Where 3 players are be on the same points and same legs. It happens with the odd player here and there, but I've never seen that involving 3 players before.
100.
Freaky things here at the Live Lounge.
$59. $100. $77.
Well, Dekker here has 6 starts and 201 to see this match out 4-0. Decent setup.
$139. $57. Patrick, you require
Wendy's day on a
62.
high.
It's double top.
22.
Clipped above the wire
Luke, you
from
require
Patrick Dekker.
150.
But will he be back?
Double 18.
114.
Grazes the wire. And so
Patrick,
Dekker
you require 40.
comes back for double top to complete a 4-0 win. Double 10.
Game shot and the match. Patrick Dekker.
And Patrick Dekker completes a 4-0 win against Luke Smith to round off the day's action in Group C. Enjoyed that. This is trademark celebration. He's on 4 points. He's still in the mix. He's still in the picture going into tomorrow's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So, Patrick wins 4-0. That's the end of the live darts. But join us after the break for analysis, interviews and insights. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lebanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed the afternoon session here in Group C. This is what we have seen over the last 15 games, and it's very, very tight going into tomorrow's action. The debutant Henry Coates won 4 out of his 5 matches. He has a 2-point lead at the top of the table going into tomorrow's play, but it really is open for interpretation. Justin Smith, Mason Whitlock, Alton McDyer also on that 6-point mark, also with the same legs difference as well. That's how tight today has been. Patrick Dekker on 4 points, having beaten Luke Smith in the last match, who is yet to pick up a win in this group. So Henry Coates dominating play today, winning 4 matches out of 5 here at the Live Lounge Reports. I'm happy to say that he joins both myself and Matthew Egg in the studio. Henry, many congratulations. You look like you really enjoyed it out there today.
Yeah, it was great. I loved every second of it, and that's what I've come to do, is enjoy it.
That first match, you looked really settled. You got a couple of good legs. When you walked in this morning, were you just thinking, just try and get off to as good a start as you possibly could?
Yeah, I took it one leg at a time. I just wanted to win that first leg at the start, and I did that. I won 4 on spin and won the game.
He was so ultra impressive today, wasn't he, Matt? And we were really praising you and commentary about just the way that he went about every single bit of his business, pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the opening game, you do the thing that you do when every time you get a young player or you get sort of a debutant here, you go, right, what is the ceiling here? Have we seen it already, or are we going to see more? And you start scrutinising very, very quickly. And sort of the first couple of legs, sort of there was little tells in there of signs of nerves, but that's looking on the hockey side of the throw. In regards to the actual dartboard, the darts was landing well, and that obviously builds confidence and growth, and it was just growing. Henry growing into the day, getting better and stronger as things went on throughout the day, and ultimately finished top of the table with very consistent form. One of the things we talk about a lot here is the range at the Super Series. We'll see people come up, they'll have a great game, average 97, be up there at the top, and then at the bottom end when they've not quite hit the average 80, and that gives them a range of 17 points. Henry's range is very, very little today, which shows consistency. And when that line is brilliant, just shy of that 90 average, that's competitive, not just in this Group C, but that's week-winning form.
And in terms of your early on averages, your first 3 games were 87, 87, 88. In fact, there was 0.01 in terms of the average between your first and second games. Was the consistency of the way that you played today perhaps the one thing that you are most pleased with?
Yeah, I knew that if I played how I did in the first game and carried that on, maybe got a bit better. But I knew that if I did keep that form up, I knew that I stood a chance of, I was thereabouts.
And we're seeing some big moments as well over the course of the day. That last match as well against Whitlock was so important because it was that battle between the top two. The winner of it would move on to 8 points overnight. And when you consider how tight the group is, does that 8-point mark give you do you feel like maybe a little bit of a cushion, a little bit of security going into tomorrow?
Yeah, with it being so tight, I think another day like today, I think obviously will see me through. But as long as I play my game, I know I can play well and probably might have a bit more in there tomorrow.
Sometimes the greatest tells don't always come from the player in conversation. They come from the other players that are around. We've only got to cast our mind back to this year's World Championship. Vessel Nyman going in to the World Championship with a lot of hype. Joe Cullen didn't like it. Joe Cullen was the established player, and when you look at that, he went into that game and rose his game. When we look at the scenario we had here, that was Justin Smith. Justin Smith was the established player, and look at the demeanour of Justin Smith when he went up against Henry earlier, how it all changed. Because he knew what he was up against. He knew he was up against what is arguably the favourite now looking at the rest of the group and in regards to the line of which we played. And we'll see that tomorrow as well. We'll see people head down, very focused, very determined in this fixture because they know this is the one to win.
And it's been a really good start to 2025 for yourself. Obviously, at the end of last year, you picked up that development tour title. Let's just begin by talking about that and what that was like picking up that particular title in Milton Keynes.
Yeah, I think since that it's just given me the confidence to believe that I am capable of mixing it with the best. I know that I can be the best player there on the day, and it's one of them where ever since that now, I've only seen my performances get better.
Richie Howson, the winner of Group A, sat up here all week and he said the exact same things, that you go into a scenario and you think you can win. You believe you can win. But until you actually do, until you pick up that title, it's just that belief. And when that gets franked, when that gets shown, when that becomes reality, it changes the way you perceive the world. And again, I'll put my hat on that as well and vouch for that point that once you've done that and it's no longer just something you internally feel and you can show and you've got that title to back it up, it does change the way that everything's perceived. And no surprise to see people go strength to strength when they pick up those first wins.
Was that the springboard for yourself? Because we've seen you do so well, obviously, on the JDC tour and everything coming up. I know it's obviously still youth darts development tour, but it's that next senior level up. Was that a real springboard for you to then put in the performances, say, for example, like you did at the World Masters a few weeks ago?
Yeah, it definitely gives me the confidence that I can do it, and it shows that after that I had the World Championships and I put in 3 more good performances. I did get knocked out in the last 64, but I felt that moving forward that it's always going to be a bright. I didn't feel that there's much stopping me from going further on, and now I'm where I am now, and I'm happy with that, how I'm progressing.
So give us a bit of insight into Henry Coates and the mentality, because you're going into that World Masters. There's some big established players in there. There's the tour card holders. Do you go in there and it's sort of like, well, we'll see what happens? Or do you go in there and see that as an opportunity to really showcase yourself?
Yeah, it is an opportunity for me. Like, I went into it, I had Patrick Gates, I think.
Yep.
And Miruku Suzuki. I thought 2 good players, but I think now, with my mentality, I think if I just play my game, I can beat most top players, and it was one of them where I just went into it confident. I did start nervy like today, but I got first leg on the board and I went from there, and it did open my eyes again to see I can actually do this.
You say you open your eyes. What have you learned anything from today? And if so, what do you feel like you've learned from today's experiences?
Yeah, I think it's just to, no matter what, just go into it full force, hit anyone, and that's it. You can go I know playing all these, they're all top players, and I've got to play my best to beat them.
Prior to this, have you watched much of the Super Series? How much did you know about the format coming into today?
Yeah, good friends with Aidan Kirk. Obviously, he's been down a couple of times now, and yeah, he gave me a good heads up, like we've been practicing a bit this week. And it just helps just to know what you expect, and that's helped a lot, to be fair.
And it's interesting as well, because we've heard this from other players over the last few weeks that have spoken to players that have played here before, and just getting to know the intricacies of the format. We were mentioning this earlier on this week, weren't we, on commentary, that playing in this arena, playing in this tournament, there's so many different factors that in other events you just don't worry about, because they're not factors at all, are they?
Well, round robin's very different to knockout darts, but certainly when you're sort of sat on the outside of this and you're looking in, or you're looking up at it and you're going, that's a platform I'd like to play on TV a few times in a week. You're sort of looking up there and you go, can I compete on there? And you think, well, I've got the game, surely I could compete on that level. And when you come here on debut and you're topping a group, what that does straight away, just like that development tour title did for Henry, where it ranked the form and made him believe, we may see even more tomorrow, because he's going to come in here now and it's like, do I belong was the question today? Well, absolutely you belong on the evidence of what we've seen today.
I tell you what, you threatened the 9 dart a couple of times today, didn't you? Twice you went 6 in, but dart 7 didn't quite work out.
No, I do it at home all the time. I go 7 or 8 in, and I did it last year on the Challenge Tour where I did it the 9. But like that, I have, like, obviously, you know, when you first time going back to back, you always get a bit excited. But now it's getting, I know what I still need to, I've still got 141 left, and if you don't hit it, then you've got to think about the setup shot.
And we've seen so much good stuff from you in terms of your power score and in terms of your finishing at times. From your perspective, what would you say your key strengths of your game are? Yeah,
it is the power scoring. Most often than not, when the first treble does go in, I'm finding 2 trebles at a time. If not, it's either a ton or an 80, something. But it is, most often than not, it is the power scoring.
That answer doesn't surprise me one bit, because if you asked me the same question, I would have gone with the answer of the grouping. Henry's grouping, and that is a real key asset and a real key strength. When he's missing close. So eventually a few more of them are going to start dropping in, so no surprise to hear the power scoring. Certainly those 140s and the 180 we've seen today. I think it was 9 180s today.
Well, Henry, it's been a great day for you. I'll have another chat with you in just a second. Myself and Matt are going to round up everything else that has happened on this Thursday afternoon. Well, Mason Whitlock is the player next behind on 6 points. Some good stuff today. He's had to draw out a couple of wins. So what will be your overall assessment of the way he played?
He's in contention. And at the end of play on day 1, all you want to be is in contention. He's had some good victories today, certainly the one against Justin Smith, who was the favourite before a dart was thrown today. But at times, I would say with Mason, it feels like he doesn't like front running. He gets his nose in front and then the performance sort of dips off a little bit. That'll be something to address in the long-term future, because you're not always going to be in these sort of close battles. And in this short format, if you can get ahead, you need to take that advantage. But overall, he's in with a chance, and I think he'll be happy with the day.
When you say he doesn't enjoy front running, what do you mean by that in terms of, is it the fact that once he's in front, does he not like the idea of being chased back? What's what would you say is the problem behind that?
There's 2 different ways. You can panic in front. You know, when people get in front, they start thinking about what they're about to achieve. That is sort of one way of looking at it, and you get or the other way is just sort of like the total opposite. You know, you just sort of worrying about the player coming back at you. So you're either looking ahead in regards to sort of the finishing line, or you're looking at what the other person's going to do. You're fearing letting the opportunity go. We see it quite a lot. It's one of those things, like a lot of people think going behind's the biggest fear, but actually sometimes being in front and seeing the game out when you think you've done the job. Because you play things in your mind. You know, if you go 3-0 up, you think, that's it, I've got it done, but you haven't. You nearly got it done, but you haven't got the job done. So now you've got something to lose because you feel like you've got something and the game's still active. So there's many different ways. There's a mind game. A lot of people say 90% of this game's played between the ears, and it's for those little battles that go on in your mind.
Just very quick, because we're quite short on time. Your thoughts on Ultimate Dyer's day?
He'll be delighted. He'll be delighted, because when you look at McDyer over the first 3 days, you wouldn't have really realistically said he was a contender to get through to Saturday. He is now.
So that's Ultimate Dyer's day. Final word, Henry, goes to you. Could you have envisaged when you turned up this morning that the experience today could have gone as well as it has done?
Probably not. I wanted to get a few wins, but I wouldn't imagine getting 4 wins. So overall, it's been quite a enjoyable and happy experience. I like it.
And back for more tomorrow?
Of course, can't wait.
And who knows? Never know. You might actually get the 9 tomorrow, possibly. Is that on the cards?
It could be more comfortable, so you never know, it might happen.
It's been great watching you today. Thank you so much for your time, Henry. Many, many congratulations on what's been a great day. This is the first of 2 sessions that we have got here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is how the tournament bracket looks. Richie Howson won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. That got started on Monday morning. This afternoon was what we watched in Group C, and then later on tonight, Group B is going to get underway. The headline attraction is Shane McGurk, the newly crowned WDF World Champion, will be making his first appearance here since winning that title. Danny Van Tripe, Brandon Weaning drop out of Group A, Kelvin O'Keefe and John O'Shea also there. Plenty coming up on Pluto TV before the darts gets underway at 10. Scott Mitchell's going to be on the Oki and on the farm from 6 o'clock here on Pluto TV. That's the latest of our exclusive documentary series. My thanks goes to Matthew Edgar alongside me in commentary. We'll see you from 10 o'clock this evening for Group B. But as far as today is concerned, well, it's the Super Series and it's all about Henry, isn't it? Bye from us.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is